All right, I'm going to go ahead and live.
Did we just lose him? Yeah.
Yep.
Ms. Warsi, I am interpreting for Ms.
Miss Nagy.
Nagy. Okay. I thought I was on mute. No, I'm not. Okay.
Miss Taylor, are you getting any feedback now?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, I think it's workable now. So lawyer, since we are going to live stream, what I will do is if you're going to share the screen with some kind of financial document or some kind of medical record, please let the court know before you share that screen, because I will stop the live stream. If it's just a regular exhibit like a photograph or something like that, you don't need court permission to share the screen. I will give both lawyers the opportunity to do that. All right, I'm going to give each side a brief opening opportunity to give me an opening statement. Ms. Warsi, since you represent the petitioner, you'll be allowed to go first. And then Dr. Abraham, I'm going to need you to interpret everything that's said. All right, so we're going to begin with opening statements. Ms. Warsi, you may begin with your opening.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Nagy is requesting the court to approve the mediated settlement agreement that the parties entered into on May 4th, 2021 in regards to Band-Aid orders. In that order, Mr. Nagy agreed that he would pay Ms. Nagy temporary spousal support on May 4th of 2021, which he did not. He agreed that he would pay Ms. Nagy temporary spousal support for June 2021, which he did not. And he agreed to pay Ms. Nagy temporary spousal support for July 2021, which he again did not. Ms. Nagy has been a stay-at-home wife for the duration of the 11-year marriage, and she's always been financially dependent on Mr. Nagy. And that is—
Just one second. Let's let the interpreter interpret that, please.
Mr. But Your Honor, when I interpret, everybody will hear, then we have to do it in segments.
Right,
Oh,
that's what I'm talking about. It
Okay.
looks like that's the way we're going to have to do it.
Okay.
So we're going to just do like 2 or 3 sentences at a time,
Yes,
so you don't have to
yes.
remember everything. So
Okay.
do you need her to start again?
Yes, please.
All right, let's do that again.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Nagy is requesting the court to approve the mediated settlement agreement the parties entered into on May 4th, 2021 in regards to Band-Aid orders.
मिस नागी जो पहले जो कोडर्स दिए थे उसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं कि आपके वकील बात कर रहे हैं जज से.
In that order, Mr. Nagy agreed that he would pay Ms. Nagy temporary spousal support on May 4th of 2021, which he failed to do.
और उस सेटल में मिस्टर नागी ने एग्री किया था कि आपको टेम्पररी स्पाउसल सपोर्ट देंगे मई में, वो उन्होंने नहीं दिया.
He also agreed to pay temporary spousal support for June and July of 2021, which he failed to do.
जून और जुलाई में भी सपोर्ट देने का हुक्म था, लेकिन वो उन्होंने नहीं दिया आपको.
My client has always been a stay-at-home wife for the past 11 years, so the duration of the marriage.
या मेरे क्लाइंट 11 साल से घर पे रहती थी और वो बाहर काम नहीं करती थी और इसलिए वो स्पाउसल सपोर्ट मांग रहे थे.
She has always been financially dependent on Mr. Nagy.
मिस्टर नागी के लिए सारे पैसों के लिए मिस्टर नागी पर आप डिपेंडेंट थे.
Ms. Nagy is requesting the court to order Mr. Nagy to pay temporary spousal support beginning today, August 18th, in the amount of $1,500 per month until further order of this court via Zelle.
और मिस नागी ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं मिस्टर नागी को कि टेम्पररी स्पाउसल सपोर्ट $1,500 हर महीने आपको दे.
She is also requesting the court to award Mr. Nagy the vehicles that he has in his possession, except the 2005 Lexus SC.
2005 Lexus SE.
SC.
SC.
Your Honor, is this more of a wish list or is this an opening statement? I'm confused.
It's her opening statement.
ये opening statement दे रहे हैं. Ms. Varsi, can you repeat the last sentence, please?
Sure. Ms. Nagy is requesting the court to award Mr. Nagy the vehicles in his possession except for the Lexus SC.
Mrs. Nagy, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो Mr. Nagy के पास जो भी गाड़ियां हैं उसको वो रखें except एक Lexus 2005 SC वो ना ले.
This Lexus SC was to be delivered pursuant to the mediated settlement agreement within 2 weeks of mediation, which it was not.
ये Lexus गाड़ी mediation settlement में बताया था कि ये Lexus की जो गाड़ी है आपको देना है, लेकिन आपको नहीं दिया.
And she is finally requesting the court to award Mr. Nagy the marital residence that he is presently residing in and to order him to pay the mortgage, property taxes, utilities, and property insurance in further order of this court.
और आप ये भी रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कोर्ट से कि जो घर में आप लोग रहते हैं वो घर आपको दिया जाए और मिस्टर नागी उसके मॉर्गेज पेमेंट, इंश्योरेंस, टैक्सेस वगैरह सब मिस्टर नागी पे करे.
And that is a short summary of Ms. Nagy's wish list.
ये आपकी छोटा सा समरी दिया है, आप क्या चाहते हैं?
Ms. Taylor, would you like to give your opening at this time?
Just a brief one, Your Honor. It's my client's position that Ms. Nagy has the ability to work and earn a living to meet her monthly reasonable needs.
Mr. Nagy, Your Honor, you want me to translate this too?
I apologize. I forgot about you. Sorry, ma'am.
Mr. Nagy के विश लिस्ट जो है ये बता रहे हैं, ये मिस्टर नागी के वकील हैं. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. The court will find that this is a negative estate. There is no extra money at the end of the month. You're going to find that Mr. Nagy.
Mr. Nagy के पास ज्यादा पैसे नहीं है, उसके पास नेगेटिव पैसे हैं.
This is a negative state to the tune of about $200,000. The debt.
ये estate है वो negative है $200,000 का.
And during the time that the parties have been separated,
जब आप लोग अलग हुए थे,
Ms. Nagy has not done statutorily what she's required to do to meet her monthly reasonable needs.
Mrs. Nagy ने जो वो उसको करना था वो नहीं किया.
She's going to claim, we anticipate, that Mr. Nagy was abusive to her.
आप ये भी बताएंगे कि Mr. Nagy आपको द्रोह देते थे, कष्ट देते थे.
Yet there is no family members either on her side or husband's side.
और कोई भी family member यानी आपके परिवार से कोई नहीं है, आपके साइड से और आपके पति के साइड से.
That will agree that she was abused or treated cruelly during the marriage.
तो कोई भी ये गवाही नहीं दे सकते कि आपको कोई भी द्रोह किया था मिस्टर नागी ने.
We believe that this is a ploy to get a disproportionate division of the estate, which at this point will be debt and no assets.
ऐसा लगता है कि ये नमूना आपने किया है कि आपको इस जो पारिवारिक जो प्रॉपर्टीज वगैरह हैं वो उसका हिस्सा आपको मिले, पर ज्यादा कुछ नहीं है, पूरा खर्च है.
That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, anyone that's going to provide testimony, I need you to please unmute for me and raise your right hand to be sworn. Madam Interpreter.
ओ कोई भी है कोई गवाही देना है? आज कोई गवाही देंगे तो आपके हाथ ऊपर करिए और माइक को अनम्यूट करिए.
नहीं, आज कोई नहीं है.
Nobody is there to testify.
No.
All right, well, I'm talking about the two parties. They need to raise their right hand to be sworn in.
आप लोग कोई गवाही देंगे तो आपके हाथ ऊपर करिए.
Ms. Nagy, you're going to testify, so please raise your right hand.
नागी जी आप टेस्टिफाई करते हैं ना परमिंदर, तो हाथ ऊपर करिए.
Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the test? Ma'am, keep your hand up, please.
हाथ ऊपर रखिए.
Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
आप यहाँ आज
I
जो
do.
कहेंगे सच कहेंगे, सच के सिवाय कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, भगवान आपकी मदद करे।
हाँ जी।
हाँ,
I
yes,
do.
All right, thank you.
yes.
You may put your hands down.
नीचे करिए हाथ।
Your Honor, may I have 1 minute?
You may. Moving off the record. Ms. Worsey, while Ms. Taylor's taking a second, I just have one quick question, and I'll ask her the same thing. But on the court's docket sheet, it shows this is a temporary orders hearing, but from the opening statements, it sounds like it might not be. Is it?
It is a temporary orders hearing, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. I have workers here at my house and they're making noise.
I understand. And I was just confirming while we went off the record that we are here for just temporary orders, because that's what I had on my docket sheet, but I was just making sure. But that's your understanding as well, Ms. Taylor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and all right, I'll wait for y'all to give your testimony. All right, we're back on the record in the Najee matter. Ms. Worsey, you may call your first witness. Well, actually, before we do that, are there any preliminary matters or stipulations that we have between the parties that we need to put on the record before we get into testimony?
No, Judge.
Okay, let me give I need Dr. Abraham, if you'll interpret everything for me, please.
अभी जज बता रहे थे कि और कोई स्टिपुलेशन वगैरह कोर्ट के लिए है तो वो नहीं है।
हाँ जी,
And
ठीक।
it's very important for the parties to make sure there's a record or a machine that's taking down everything that we say. So it's important that we all talk one at a time.
जो कुछ आप बात करेंगे तो एक जन एक टाइम में बात करेंगे क्योंकि मशीन है, जो कुछ हम बात कर रहे हैं वो रिकॉर्ड करते हैं, तो एक के ऊपर दूसरा बात ना करें।
Also, if you hear a lawyer object, please don't try to finish your answer. Wait until the court has an opportunity to rule on that objection.
अगर आपके वकील ऑब्जेक्ट करे ना तो आप उसके बाद में बात मत करिएगा, वेट करिएगा कि जज उसके क्या बता रहे हैं, आपको बात करना है नहीं करना जज बताएंगे, उसके बाद बात करिएगा।
All right, Ms. Worsey, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. I'll call Ms. Nagy.
मिस नागी, आप
Ms. Nagy, can you state your name for the record?
आपका पूरा नाम बताइए। मिस नागी।
परमजीत कौर नागी।
परमजीत कौर नागी।
And are you presently married to the respondent, Devinder Nagy?
आप देविंदर नागी के से शादीशुदा है आप?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Ms. Nagy, can you take a look at Exhibit P2?
ये एग्जिबिट P2 को देखिएगा, हमको बता रहे हैं।
हाँ जी।
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes,
आपके
ma'am.
पास आगे है वो?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And what is P2?
P2 क्या है?
एग्रीमेंट है जो मैंने किया।
That's the agreement.
And is this the mediated settlement agreement from May 4th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
May 4th, 2021 में जो mediated agreement किया था वो है?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you made any changes to this document?
इस
No, ma'am.
document में कोई भी change किया है आपने?
No.
No.
Okay, and Ms. Nagy, please wait for me to talk, then Ms. Abraham to interpret, and then you can answer, okay?
आपके वकील जो प्रश्न पूछेंगे वो ट्रांसलेशन के लिए वेट करिएगा, मैं ट्रांसलेट करूंगी, उसके बाद आप जवाब देंगे।
Okay.
Okay.
And is Exhibit 2 a true and accurate depiction of the mediated settlement agreement?
ये P2 जो है वो सच है, जो mediated settlement में जो हुआ था वो जो लिखा है वो सच है?
No objection to P2, Judge.
Yes.
एक
You
मिनट।
offering P2 at this time, Ms. Worsey?
Yes, Judge.
All right, P2 is admitted.
When did you and Mr. Oh, Ms.
She
Nagy,
answered yes. She answered yes.
thank you, Ms. Abraham. Are you asking the court to approve this agreement that you entered into with Mr. Nagy?
आप कोर्ट को ये कहते हैं कि ये एग्रीमेंट को माना जाए?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
When did you and Mr. Nagy get married?
मिस्टर नागी के साथ आपका शादी कब हुआ था?
7 जुलाई 2009 में।
7th July 2009.
And do you and Mr. Nagy have any children together?
आप दोनों के बीच में बच्चे हैं?
नहीं।
No.
And does Mr. Nagy have any children from a previous marriage?
मिस्टर नागी के पास पहले की शादी में कोई बच्चे हैं?
हाँ जी, 2 बच्चे हैं।
Yes, 2 children.
And where do the children live?
वो बच्चे कहाँ रहते हैं?
लड़का मेरे हस्बैंड के साथ रहता है, तो लड़की अपनी मदर के साथ रहती है।
The son lives with my husband and the daughter lives with the mother.
And where did you and Mr. Nagy get married?
आपकी शादी कहाँ हुआ था मिस्टर नागी के साथ?
इंडिया में।
India.
When did you and Mr. Nagy stop living together?
आप दोनों अलग कब हुए?
सितंबर में, 25 सितंबर 2020 में।
25 September?
Yes.
25th September 2020.
Why did you and Mr. Nagy stop living together?
आप अलग क्यों हुए?
इसने कभी मेरे को वो राइट दिए नहीं, वो लड़कियों के साथ बात करता था, लाइक इसने कभी मेरे को एक्चुअल राइट, वाइफ के राइट दिए ही नहीं मेरे को कभी भी।
He never gave me the rights of a wife. He would talk to other women.
During the marriage, were there any incidents of family violence?
ये शादी के आप जिंदगी में कभी भी देह उद्रोह हुआ था? Violence, body, family violence?
Yes.
Yes.
During the marriage, when you say there was family violence, what if anything did Mr. Nagy do to you?
आप कहते हैं family violence, Miss Nagi ने आपको क्या, Mr. Nagi ने आपको क्या किया?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's not been pled for.
Response, Ms. Worsey.
Judge, we pled for cruelty in our petition for divorce.
Cruelty is different than family violence, Judge.
All right, the objection is overruled. You may answer that, ma'am.
अच्छा, उसका जवाब दीजिएगा.
हाँ जी, हिट किया था मेरे को।
He hit me, yes.
Where did he hit you during the marriage?
कहाँ पर मारा था आपको?
मेरे को मेरे लेग्स पे भी मारा था इसने, तो मेरे नेक पे भी।
He hit me on my legs and he hit me on my neck.
When did the family violence start?
ये family violence कब शुरू हुआ था?
मई में स्टार्ट हुआ, मई में भी किया, जुलाई में भी किया इसने।
In May and in July.
Of what year?
कौन सा साल?
2020 में।
2020.
What if anything happened on May 28th, 2020?
May 28, 2020 को क्या हुआ?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
आप आंसर कर सकते हैं?
आप
May 28 को क्या हुआ?
इसने मेरे को अपने जूतों से मारा था।
He hit me with his shoes.
Where were you on May 28th?
आप कहाँ पर थे May 28 को?
घर पे ही थी।
I was at home.
And who was at home with you that day?
आपके साथ घर में और कौन था?
मेरा हस्बैंड था।
My husband.
And around what time was it that he hit you?
कितने बजे होंगे? टाइम क्या हुआ था जब उसने मारा आपको?
Maybe in the alarm, like 10:30 something in the morning time.
Maybe 10:30 in the morning time.
Why did he hit you? What happened?
क्यों मारा आप? क्या हुआ?
एक किसी से साथ बात कर रहा था फोन पे।
He was talking to somebody on the phone.
तो मैं जब अंदर गई, मैंने पूछा इससे भी किससे बात कर रहा है, तो मेरे को बोलता है तेरा बिजनेस नहीं है, तू क्यों आई है यहाँ पे? है, तो मेरे को मेरे को बोलने का वक्त नहीं दिया, इसको पता था ये गलत है, तो मेरे को बाहर शूज पड़े थे बेडरूम के बाहर।
ओके, इतना करने ट्रांसलेट करने दीजिए. Yeah, he was on the phone, so I came inside and I asked him who was on the phone. He said, mind your own business, it's not your business. और बोलिए.
तो फिर इसने मेरे को कुछ बोलने की, मैं बोलने चाह रही थी, बट इसने बाहर पे थे जूते पड़े थे, उसको पकड़ के इसने मेरे को हिट किया, पुश किया, एंड मैं फ्लोर पे गिर गई। तो इसने मेरे को इतना मारा, मेरे को मार्क पड़ गए मेरे लेग पे।
Yeah, he did not give me a chance to talk anything else. The shoes was lying out close. He picked up the shoes and pushed me, and then he hit me many, many times, and I had marks on my leg.
Ms. Nagy, can you take a look at exhibit P3?
P3 को देखिएगा, Miss Nagy.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have that in front of you?
वो आपके
Yes,
सामने
ma'am.
है?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
What is P3? P3?
P3 क्या है?
Picture.
Pictures.
Did you take this picture?
आपने
ma'am.
ये तस्वीर निकाला था?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you made any changes to this picture?
आपने ये तस्वीर pictures को कोई change किया?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the picture that you took?
ये picture आपने जो लिया वो सही है?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I offer P3 at this time.
Taylor, any objections to P3?
I would only ask the date that it was taken.
I agree. Ms. Worst, if you can give us the approximate date on when this was taken?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Nagy, when did you take this, the picture in P3?
ये P3 की तस्वीर आप कब निकाले थे?
मई को ही निकाली थी मैंने, नाइट टाइम जब मैंने।
May, night time.
And was it on the date of the incident that you just testified about?
जिस दिन ये किया उस दिन तस्वीर निकाले थे?
नहीं, उस रात को निकाली थी मैंने। जब मैंने रेस्ट गई तो देखा मेरे ऊपर मार्क पड़े थे, मेरे को पेन हो रही थी, तो मैंने बाद में देखा पिक्चर है, लेकिन निशान पड़े हैं मेरे लेग पे, तो मैंने तब खींची।
No, I took it at night when I saw there were marks on my leg and my leg was hurting. I took those pictures that night.
Judge, I offer P3 at this time.
Any objection, Ms. Taylor?
Not at this time, Judge.
All right, P3 is admitted.
Judge, may I share my screen?
You may.
Ms. Nagy, do you see this on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
ताकि ये दे सकते हैं आप?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at in exhibit P3?
ये P3 में क्या देख रहे हैं हम?
मेरे मार्क पड़े हैं।
That's the mark I had.
And how did you get this mark?
ये mark कैसे पड़े आपको?
मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरे को मारा था।
My husband hit me.
And what did he hit you with?
किससे मारा?
जूतों से।
Shoes.
Did you, when he was hitting you with the shoe, what if anything did you say to him?
जब वो आपको जूते से मार रहे थे तो आपने उसको क्या बोला?
फिर मेरे को छोड़ दो, मैंने ऐसी भी क्या गलती की, प्लीज फॉरगेट मी, बट इसने नहीं मेरे को छोड़ा। कहता मैं तेरे को दिखाऊंगा भी तू क्या है, तू मेरे आगे बोलती है, तेरा घर का काम कर बस, that's it.
I told him leave me, and he said no, I will show you who you are and what you are. You are supposed to keep your mouth shut and work in the house.
What if anything happened on May 28th?
May 28th को क्या हुआ?
मेरे को इसने मेरे को नेक पे भी मारा मेरे को।
He hit me on my neck too.
So the same day where he hit you with the shoe, he hit you on your neck.
No, नेक मेरे को मई को मारा इसने।
Wait for the interpretation.
Not that day, but in May.
Ms. Nagy, you may understand the question in English, but I need for you to wait for the interpreter to interpret the question so that we don't have any issues. She's here for a reason, so please make sure you wait for the interpretation before you give your answer.
Miss Nagy, आपको थोड़ा इंग्लिश आता होगा, लेकिन फिर भी आप ट्रांसलेशन के लिए वेट करिएगा, उसके बाद आप जवाब दीजिएगा.
हाँ जी.
Okay.
Ms. Nagy, on May 28th, actually strike that. Ms. Nagy, what if anything happened on May 31st, 2020?
May 31st, 2020 को क्या हुआ मिस नागी?
उस दिन फाइट हुई थी, मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरे को उस दिन भी मारा था.
We had a fight and my husband hit me on that day too.
Where were you that day?
कहाँ पर थे आप?
घर पे ही थे.
I was at home.
Who was at home with you?
आपके साथ घर में कौन था?
मेरा हस्बैंड था, तो लड़का अपने फ्रेंड के घर पे गया था.
My husband was there. After the fight, he went to his friend's place.
नो मैम, जो लड़का था उसका बच्चा था, तो उसका सन वो घर पे नहीं था, तो मेरा हस्बैंड तो घर पे ही था.
My husband was home, and I did not understand her answer, Your Honor.
She's saying
Can
her
she repeat
son.
it again?
Yeah, ma'am, if you would tell her to please rephrase her answer so that we can understand it.
Maybe Miss Warsi can ask the question again.
Sure. Ms. Nagy, who was your husband was at home that day with you, correct?
उस दिन आपका पति आपके साथ था ना?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
And your husband's son, where was he?
आपका husband का बेटा वो कहाँ पर था?
वो अपनी फ्रेंड के घर पे गया था.
He was at his friend's house.
What were you and your husband fighting about?
आप और आपके पति क्यों लड़ रहे थे?
उस लड़कियों के साथ बात अगेन कर रहा था, तो कुछ मिलने की बातें कर रहा था, तो
He was talking to other women and he was talking about meeting them.
And you said that your husband hit you that day, correct?
उस दिन आपको मारा?
यस मैम.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did he hit you?
कहाँ पर मारा?
मेरी नेक पे उसने मारा, मेरे नेक को दबाया हाथों से.
My neck, he kind of strangled my neck with his hand.
And how many hands did he use to strangle you, Ms. Nagy?
आपका गला दबाने के लिए कितना हाथ यूज किया?
एक हाथ.
One hand.
Was this the first time that he put his hands around your neck?
पहले बार उसने आपका गला दबाया?
बहुत बारी उसने किया था.
No, many times he have done that.
How many times before May 28th has he put his hands around your neck?
ये May 28 के पहले कितना बार उसने गला दबाया होगा?
बहुत बारी उसने मेरे को मारा भी, गला भी दबाया.
Many times he has hit me and choked me.
Okay. Ms. Nagy, can you take a look at exhibit P4,
Miss
5,
Nagy,
6, and 7?
P4, 5, 6 और 7 को देखिएगा.
यस मैम.
And do you have that on your screen?
Yes,
आपके
ma'am.
स्क्रीन में है वो?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Okay. What is P4, 5, 6, and 7?
P4, 5, 6, 7 क्या है?
पिक्चर है.
Pictures.
And did you take these pictures?
आपने लिया था ये pictures?
यस मैम.
Yes.
When did you take these pictures?
कब लिया था?
एंड द सेम डे.
Same day.
And when you say same day, are you talking about May 31st, 2020?
Same day मतलब May 31st, 2020?
यस मैम.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you made any changes to P4, 5, 6, and 7?
कोई भी बदलाव किया आपने P4, 5, 6, 7 में?
नो मैम.
No, ma'am.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the pictures that you took in 4, 5, 6, and 7?
ये तस्वीर जो आपने निकाला वो ये सही है 4, 5, 6 and 7 में?
यस मैम.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I offered P4, 5, 6, and 7.
Any objections?
No
Ms. Heather?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, petitioners 4 through 7 are admitted.
Judge, may I share my screen?
You may.
Ms. Nagy, do you see my screen on your, or do you see the picture on your screen?
ये पिक्चर देख सकते हैं ना मिस नागी?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at in P4?
ये P4 में आप क्या देख रहे हैं?
गले पे मेरे मार्क पड़े हैं।
The mark on my neck.
And how did these marks get on your neck?
ये मार्क कैसे आए हैं आपके नेक पे?
मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरे को चोक करने की कोशिश की।
My husband was trying to choke me.
And what about P5?
ये P5 ये क्या है?
ये पिक्चर है।
It's a picture.
And what are we looking at in P5?
ये पिक्चर में हम क्या देख रहे हैं?
नेक पे मार्क देख रहे हैं।
The mark on the neck.
And how did you get this mark?
ये मार्क कैसे आया नेक पे?
मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरे को मारा था।
My husband hit me.
And on P6, what are we looking at in this picture?
ये P6 में हम क्या देख रहे हैं?
मार्क देख रहे हैं।
He's looking at mark.
And how did you get this mark?
ये मार्क कैसे आपके ऊपर आया?
मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरे को चोक किया।
My husband choked me.
Did you, were you able to breathe when your husband was choking you?
आप जब वो चोक कर रहे थे आपको, तो आप श्वास ले सकते थे?
No.
Nope.
And when he was choking you, what, if anything, did you say to him?
जब वो चोक कर रहे थे, आप क्या कह रहे थे उससे?
हेल्प मांग रही थी, शोर रिक्वेस्ट कर रही थी उससे।
I was asking for help and I was requesting help.
And what, if anything, did your husband say when you were asking for help?
जब आप हेल्प मांग रहे थे, तो आपके हस्बैंड ने क्या बोला?
कि नहीं, मैं तेरे को मार दूंगी, तू मेरे इंटरफेयर करती है मेरी लाइफ में।
I will kill you. You are interfering with my life.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection as to this line of questioning, as none of this has been pled for or provided to me in initial disclosures. There's been no information at all about any family violence.
All right, Ms. Horsey, if you can respond to the argument about disclosures that not being disclosed in discovery, if there was there discovery propounded?
No, Judge, but the initial disclosures were sent to Ms. Taylor. Well, actually, they were sent to Ms. Rossetti. And then when Ms. Taylor informed me that she didn't have the file, I gave her a copy of everything that was sent to Ms. Rossetti's office, which includes these pictures, which includes a bank statement, which includes all of this. If we're going to have this argument of, oh, I didn't disclose something in initial disclosures, then all of those exhibits that she provided to me last night at 9:30 shouldn't be offered or be admitted into evidence today.
Well, if you're saying that have been disclosed, the objection is overruled, and we're going to continue. Objection is overruled. You may continue, Ms. Horsey.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Nagy, when your husband was choking you, and you tell him to stop, how did you feel when he wasn't stopping?
जब आपके पति आपको चोक कर रहे थे और आप उसको कहते हैं कि भाई रुक जाओ मत करो, तो वो रुकता नहीं था, तो आपको कैसा लगा?
रुक नहीं रहा, ऐसा लग रहा था मैं बस मरने वाली हूँ। मेरे को इतना कुछ सांस नहीं आ रही थी मेरी।
Yes, I felt like I was going to die because I could not breathe and he was not stopping.
What did you do to deserve that, Ms. Nagy?
आपको लगता है कि आपने ऐसा कुछ किया कि ऐसा
Section relevance.
करते हैं?
Overruled. You may answer that, ma'am.
जवाब दीजिएगा।
Can you repeat that, ma'am?
ऐसे जो जैसे आपको ट्रीट करते हैं वो आप डिजर्व करते हैं?
नहीं, मैं बिल्कुल डिजर्व नहीं करती, बेटर डिजर्व करती। मैंने इतना कुछ किया इसके लिए, बट इसने मेरे को ऐसा किया। कभी फोन में सिम कार्ड भी दी, कभी कुछ नहीं करने दिया। नो टीवी घर पे, नथिंग।
Okay. No, I absolutely don't think I deserve that because I've done so much for him. He even refused to put a SIM card in my phone or TV.
Ms. Nagy, when he choked you that day and when he hit you before earlier in May, why didn't you call the police?
जब उसने आपको उस दिन चोक किया और उसके पहले मारा, तो आपने पुलिस को क्यों नहीं बुलाया?
आई डोंट नो, ये मेरे को डरा कर रखता था पुलिस यहाँ की। मेरे को पता नहीं था, मैं घर पे रहती थी, रूल का नहीं पता था, किसी से मिलती नहीं थी, मेरा कोई फ्रेंड नहीं था। इसने मेरे को डराया था, मैं उल्टा तेरे को फंसा दूंगा, क्योंकि ये मेरे को डराता था। फिर इसका पहले भी डिवोर्स हुआ था, कहता उसको भी मैंने एक साइड पे लगाया, तेरे को भी लगा दूंगा। तो मेरे को डर लगता। Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
because he was threatening me and scaring me that if I call the police, that he will file more charges or put me in more trouble. He said I was divorced before and I put her in her place. So I was scared and I always stayed in the house. So I didn't know about the rules of this country.
So when you say that you stayed in the house while you were living with Mr. Nagy, did you ever work?
जब मिस्टर नागी के साथ आप रहते थे, आपने कभी भी बाहर काम किया?
नहीं।
No.
Judge, did you want me to continue, or I know you have the other attorneys that just popped in?
If you are you transitioning or are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go off the record for 1 second. All right. Ms. Sawyer, Mr. Lockwood, what have y'all got? Have y'all made any progress?
Yes, Judge, I believe we've worked out an agreement.
All right, do y'all want to, y'all need to prove that up, or is it sufficient for me to make a docket entry and give you an entry date? What would you like to do?
To save, I would like to read it into the record, but to save the court's time, I'm fine with a docket entry with an entry date.
Okay, I mean, I'll make a detailed docket entry and give y'all an entry date if that's okay with both sides. But if y'all want a record, I'll break off and I'll start another record. It doesn't matter to me.
I think
A docket entry would be fine with me.
fine with me,
Okay.
Judge.
All right, do you want to put on testimony or you just want to recite it in the record? And then I can, if you want the parties sworn in, I'll swear them in and then they can stipulate that or acknowledge that is their agreement.
I can just recite it,
Okay, go ahead.
Lockwood. Okay. Our agreement is that Mrs. Nash shall be obligated to make best efforts to complete the remaining necessary repairs needed on the home by September 10th, 2021. The house shall be listed for sale and subject to the sale provisions agreed to in the ML on September 10th, 2021, in whatever condition the house is on that date. Such repairs to include the replacement of drywall and baseboards damaged as a result of the winter storm, and installing laminate flooring for the areas of the home where there's exposed concrete. Mrs. Nash shall be responsible for whatever payment is required from the contractors to start work. And whichever party pays for the repair shall be reimbursed 100% off the top of the sale proceeds at closing. Mrs. Nash will provide Mr. Nash a copy of each quote obtained from any contractor upon her receipt of the same, and a copy of an invoice and receipt of payment after work is completed. And then lastly, any loss resulting from any repairs not completed September 10th, 2021 shall not give rise to any claim by either party.
And my only clarification was the quotes and the invoices and receipts are going to be provided by our family wizard.
I'm agreeable. Yes, Judge.
All right, and can you repeat for me the agreement on the quotes? I was writing as quickly as I could, but I didn't get that. So it's going to be through our family wizard, and what is being exchanged on the quotes?
Mrs. Nash, let's see, Mrs. Nash will provide Mr. Nash a copy of each quote obtained from any contractor.
Okay.
On receipt of the same, and a copy of an invoice and receipt of payment after work is completed by our family wizard.
Okay, thank you all. And I'm going to give you an entry date. Can we do August the 27th? That'd be a week from Friday.
We sure can, Judge. That sounds great.
That'll be fine, Judge.
All right, great. Thank you, lawyers, for your diligent work today. I appreciate it. And Mr. and Miss Nash, y'all are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
court's back on the record in the Najee matter. We're going to pick up where we left off. We're on the direct examination of Ms. Najee by Ms. Worsey. Ms. Worsey, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Nagy, during the time that you lived with Mr. Nagy, so 2009 until you left in September 2020, did you ever work?
जब मिस्टर नागी के साथ आप रहते थे, जब सितंबर 2020 में जब आप अलग हुए, कभी भी आपने घर के बाहर काम किया है?
नहीं।
No.
Who worked in the household?
घर का काम कौन करता था?
मैं करती थी।
I used to do the housework.
Ms. Nagy, did your husband work?
आपका पति काम करते थे?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And where did he work?
वो कहाँ काम करते थे?
CVS पे।
CVS.
And what did he, if you know, do you know, what did he do for CVS?
CVS में वो क्या काम करते थे?
मेरे को इतना तो नहीं पता, बट कंप्यूटर इंजीनियर है।
I don't know the details, but he's a computer engineer.
Who paid for the mortgage for the house?
घर का mortgage payment कौन करता था?
मेरे हस्बैंड करते थे।
My husband.
Who paid for the utility bills?
घर का electricity, पानी, वो सब कौन पे करता था?
मेरा हस्बैंड ही करता।
My husband.
Who paid for the groceries?
Grocery के लिए कौन पे करता था?
हस्बैंड।
My husband.
Who went to purchase the groceries?
Grocery खरीदने कौन जाता था?
यही जाता था।
He would buy it.
Did you ever go to buy groceries?
आप कभी grocery खरीदने गए?
नहीं।
No.
Why not?
क्यों नहीं गए?
इसको लगता, आई डोंट नो, ये डरता था भी मैं किसी से ग्रोसरी स्टोर पे बात ना कर लूं, तो मेरे को लेकर नहीं जाता था कहीं।
He would never take me to the grocery store because he was afraid that I would talk to somebody in the grocery store.
While you lived with your husband, did you ever have any friends come over?
जब तक आपके पति के साथ आप रहते थे, कोई दोस्त आपके घर में आप लोगों को मिलने आते थे?
यूएस में कोई मेरा फ्रेंड ही नहीं है। नो, मेरा कोई
I have
friend
no friend in US.
So what would you do all day, Ms. Nagy?
पूरा दिन आप क्या करते थे?
नहीं। घर का काम, that's it।
Housework.
Why didn't you get a job?
आप काम करने क्यों नहीं गए?
मेरे
वाह।
पास लाइसेंस ही नहीं था, गाड़ी नहीं थी।
I didn't have a vehicle.
I didn't hear the answer to that. She
I didn't have a vehicle.
Did you have a license?
आपके पास लाइसेंस थी?
That time मेरे को परमिट था मेरे पास।
I had the permit.
When did you get your driver's license?
Driver's license आपको कब मिले?
जब मैं अपने हस्बैंड के घर से सेपरेट हुई तब मैंने लाइसेंस लिया, गाड़ी सीखी।
When I got separated from my husband and left the house, that's when I learned to drive and got my license.
When you lived with Mr. Nagy, how many cars did y'all have at the house?
जब आप मिस्टर नागी के साथ रहते थे, आपके पास कितने गाड़ी थे? 3?
Yes.
3.
And did you drive those cars?
वो गाड़ी आप चलाते थे?
नहीं।
No.
Why not?
क्यों?
मेरे को गाड़ी नहीं आती थी that time चलाने।
That time I didn't know how to drive.
Actually, can you take a look at exhibit P1, Ms. Nagy?
P1 को एक बार देखिएगा.
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And let me know when you have it on your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, what is P1?
P1 क्या है?
Agreement है मेरा।
Agreement.
Are you looking at the right document, Ms. Nagy? P1.
P1 को देख रहे हैं आप?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Okay, what is P1?
P1 क्या है?
जो मेरे मेरा स्टेटमेंट है जो मेरे को चाहिए सारा कुछ।
It's a statement of everything I want.
Okay. Is P1 your financial information statement?
P1 आपका financial information का statement है?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and did you and I prepare this together yesterday?
कल मैं और आप दोनों मिलके ये prepare किया था?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And is that your signature on page 2?
Page 2 में आपका signature है?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Have you made any changes to this document since you signed it?
इस document में आपने कोई change किया?
नहीं।
No.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of your financial information statement?
ये आपका financial information का सच है?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Judge, I offer P1 at this time.
Any objections, Ms. Taylor? You're muted, but
No objection.
P1's admitted.
Ms. Nagy, on page 2 of your financial information statement, are you requesting $1,500 in temporary spousal support?
Page 2 में आप मांग रहे हैं कि $1,500 मांग रहे हैं monthly?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And is that what you meant when you said it's what I'm requesting from the court?
तो आप ये कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Since you left since you left the marital residence in September, did you have a job after that?
आप जब घर शादीशुदा वाला घर आपने छोड़ा उसके बाद आपको कोई काम मिला?
हाँ मैंने जॉब की थी, बेबी सिटिंग की जॉब की थी that time पर।
I did the babysitting job.
And when did you start that babysitting job?
Babysitting का जॉब कब शुरू किया आपने?
मैंने सितंबर में ही कर लिया था जब मैं आई थी वहां पे, वही सेम मंथ में कर लिया था मैंने स्टार्ट।
September, the same month.
And how long did you have that job for?
वो जॉब कितने महीना कितना साल था आपके लिए?
1 month थी जॉब वाली।
1 month.
And why did you only have that job for 1 month?
वो 1 महीने के लिए सिर्फ वो जॉब क्यों किया?
वो जिनके घर में बेबी सिटिंग करती उनकी फैमिली इंडिया से वापस आ गई थी।
For whom I was babysitting, their family came from India.
After that job, did you get another job?
उस जॉब के बाद फिर दूसरा कुछ जॉब मिला आपको?
उसके बाद मिला, अभी रिसेंटली मेरे को 2 month हुए मैं कर रही हूँ कुकिंग की।
I got a job and I'm doing it for 2 months.
And where are you working?
कहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं आप?
अपने नेबरहुड में कर रही हूँ।
In my neighborhood.
And what do you do?
क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
कुकिंग करती हूँ।
Cooking.
Who do you cook for?
किसके लिए कुक करते हैं आप?
2 person ओल्ड पर्सन है जिनके लिए कुक करती हूँ।
There's an old person, I cook for them.
And what are your work hours?
कितने घंटे काम करते हैं? कब से कब शुरू करते हैं, कब फिनिश होते हैं आपका जॉब?
9 o'clock जाती हूँ तो मतलब 11 o'clock तक आ जाती हूँ।
I go at 9 o'clock. By 11 o'clock, I'm done.
And do you go back after 11 a.m.?
11 बजे के बाद फिर वापस जाते हैं?
हाँ जी मैं जाती हूँ।
Yes.
What time do you go back?
कब वापस जाती है?
6 o'clock।
6 o'clock.
In the evening?
शाम को?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And what time do you come home?
कब घर आती है वापस?
9 o'clock।
9 o'clock.
And how do you get to work?
वहाँ तक काम पे कैसे जाते हैं आप?
वॉक करके।
Walk.
How long does it take you to get from where you're currently residing to your job?
आप जहाँ अभी रहते हैं फिर और काम मिल जाते हैं तो कितना देर लगता है आपको चल के जाने में?
30 minutes।
30 minutes.
Would it be easier and quicker to get to work if you had a car?
अगर आपके पास गाड़ी होती तो जल्दी आप पहुँचते ना?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
How much do you get paid?
कितने पैसे मिलते हैं ये काम के लिए?
पर वीक 350।
Per week 350.
Who are you currently living with?
आप किसके साथ रहते हैं अभी?
एक फैमिली है, तो मैं किसी फैमिली के साथ रह रही हूँ।
There's a family, I live with that family.
Are you renting a room from them?
उससे एक रूम रेंट में लिया आपने?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
How much is the rent?
रेंट कितना है?
800।
800?
Yes।
800.
Have you been able to pay that rent?
वो रेंट आप पे कर सकते हैं?
अभी मैं नहीं करती क्योंकि मेरे पास मनी नहीं है, इनफ मनी नहीं है।
I cannot pay right now because I don't have enough money.
Or are you going to live there for free forever?
वहां पर आप मुफ्त में रहेंगे हमेशा?
नहीं, जब मेरे पास मनी होगी, जब मेरे को पैसे आएंगे तो मैं उनको पे करूंगी, जो उनके साथ मैंने बात की है।
Yeah, I talked to them that I will pay them when I get the money.
Can you take a look at exhibit P8, Ms. Nagy?
P8 को देखिएगा मिस नागी.
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And what is P8?
P8 क्या है?
मेरी बैंक की स्टेटमेंट है।
My bank statement.
Have you made any changes to it?
आपने कोई बदलाव लाया है उस पे?
नहीं।
No.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the document?
ये सच है document?
Yes।
Yes.
Judge, I offer P8 at this time.
Any objections to P8, Ms. Taylor?
Objection here, say judge.
Right, the objections overruled. P8's admitted.
Judge, may I share my screen?
Is the bank account information blacked out?
Yes, Judge, and the address.
All right, you may.
Ms. Nagy, I'm going to share my screen. Is this your bank statement, P8?
ये P8 आपका बैंक स्टेटमेंट है?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And as of August 16th, how much money is in your bank account?
August 16 पे कितना पैसे है आपके बैंक अकाउंट में?
$525।
$525.
Do you have enough money to pay the rent to the people that you're living with?
आपके पास पैसा है जो रेंट पे करने के लिए जिसके घर पे आप रहते हो?
नहीं।
No.
Was your husband supposed to pay you temporary spousal support in the amount of $1,200 in May?
मई में आपका पति आपको टेम्पररी स्पाउसल सपोर्ट देना था ना $1,200?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Did he pay you?
उन्होंने आपको पे किया?
नहीं।
No.
If you had received that money, would you have used it to pay the rent?
अगर वो पैसा आपको मिलता तो आप रेंट देते ना?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Would that be true for the June and July spousal support your husband was supposed to pay you?
वो जून और जुलाई में भी स्पाउसल सपोर्ट आपको देना था ना?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Now, on your financial information statement, it says that you pay $25 a month for your cell phone, correct?
आपके
Yes.
वहां पर लिखा हुआ है कि सेल फोन के लिए आपने $25 दिया?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Do you believe that a cell phone is necessary for you?
आपको लगता है कि आपको सेल फोन जरूरी है?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
You also put $150 for gas, but you don't have a car. So why did you put $150?
आपने $150 गैस के लिए मांगा है पर आपके पास गाड़ी नहीं है।
मेरे पास गाड़ी नहीं है। जब मेरा हस्बैंड मेरे को गाड़ी देगा तो मेरे पास एटलीस्ट मेरे पास मनी तो हो गाड़ी में गैस डालने के लिए।
Yeah, I don't have a car now, but when my husband gives me the car, then I need that money to put gas in the car.
And it says that you spend about $75 a month on clothing and laundry. Is that correct?
और $75 कपड़े के लिए और लॉन्ड्री के लिए?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
Well, can you take a look at exhibit P9, 10, and 11, Ms. Nagy?
P9, 10 और 11 को देखिएगा मिस नागी।
हाँ जी।
And what is P9, 10, and 11?
P9, 10, 11 क्या है?
मेरे हस्बैंड एंड मेरी बैंक की स्टेटमेंट है.
My husband and mine bank statement.
And have you made any changes to P9, 10, or 11?
P9, 10 और 11 में आपने कोई बदलाव लाया है?
नहीं मैम.
No.
And are they a true and accurate depiction of the bank statements?
ये सच है बैंक स्टेटमेंट का?
यस मैम.
Yes.
Judge, I offer P9, 10, and 11 at this time.
Objection, P9, 10, or 11?
Objection.
P9, 10, and 11 are admitted.
Ms. Nagy, your name is on this checking account with your husband, correct?
ये
Yes.
चेकिंग अकाउंट में आपका भी नाम है ना?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
And let me see. On P9, Ms. Nagy, we went to mediation on May 4th, correct?
May 4th को हम लोग मीडिएशन पे गए था ना?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Judge, may I share my screen to P9?
You may.
Ms. Nagy, can you see this on your screen?
स्क्रीन में आप देख रहे हैं?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Okay, so on May 4th, I'm gonna kind of highlight right here, May 4th. You see that?
May 4th को हाईलाइट किया आप देख सकते हैं?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
And how much was in this joint checking account on P9 on May 4th? I'm gonna highlight it because it's,
May 4th में हाईलाइट किया हुआ है कितना अकाउंट में कितना पैसे थे?
समथिंग 6. मेरे को क्लियर दिख नहीं रहा स्क्रीन
I
पे.
cannot see it clearly. ये ब्लू हाईलाइट किया हुआ है.
हाँ 1600 ऐसा कुछ दिख रहा है.
Looks like 16,000 something. I cannot see it clearly.
okay. You agree with me there is about $16,000 in the joint checking account, correct?
Joint checking account में $16,000 थे, 16,000.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
If your name is on the account, why didn't you go take some money from the joint checking account?
अगर आपका नाम वो अकाउंट पे है, जॉइंट अकाउंट है, तो वहां से आप पैसे क्यों नहीं निकाला?
मेरे को पता ही नहीं कैसे निकालने. कभी मेरे को पता ही नहीं. आई डोंट नो हाउ टू. मेरे को पास ना क्रेडिट कार्ड है ना कुछ डेबिट कार्ड है, कुछ भी नहीं है.
I don't know how to take the money out. I don't have a credit card or a debit card or anything.
The entire time that you lived with your husband, you never had a debit card on in your possession.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
The time that you were living with your husband from 2009 until September of 2020, what did you carry in your wallet?
जब तक आप उसके साथ रहते थे 2009 से सितंबर 2020 तक आपके वॉलेट में क्या कैरी करते थे? वॉलेट में क्या थे आपके?
कुछ नहीं कैरी करते थे.
Nothing.
Did you have a credit card?
क्रेडिट कार्ड थे आपके पास?
मेरे नाम पे मेरे हस्बैंड के पास थे पर मेरे पास नहीं थे.
In my name, my husband had it, but I never had it.
Are you requesting the court to order Mr. Nagy to pay you $1,500 in temporary spousal support beginning today?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What was your husband supposed to give you within 2 weeks of mediation?
मीडिएशन के 2 हफ्ते के बाद आपका हस्बैंड आपको क्या देने वाला था?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
आप आंसर कर सकते हैं.
मेरे को $1200 देने वाला था, गाड़ी देने वाला था, तो बट उसने नहीं.
He was supposed to give me $1,200 and but he never did.
You never received the car, Ms. Nagy?
गाड़ी नहीं दी अभी तक?
नहीं.
No.
Did you provide your husband's attorney with a copy of your driver's license?
आपके हस्बैंड के वकील को आपने आपका ड्राइवर्स लाइसेंस का कॉपी दिया था?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
And are you requesting the court to award Mr. Nagy the marital residence and temporarily and require him to pay the mortgage, utilities, property taxes, and property insurance as he agreed to do in mediation?
आप कोर्ट में ये पूछ रहे हैं कि जो शादीशुदा जो घर था आप जहाँ रहते थे वो घर आपको दें और मिस्टर नागी उसका मॉर्गेज, टैक्सेस, इंश्योरेंस वगैरह सब वो पे करे.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
may I proceed?
Yes, I'm just making notes on time. Ms. Taylor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Najee, let's talk about the money that you took on October 2nd, 2020.
मिस नागी अक्टूबर 2nd 2020 को जो पैसे आपने लिया था उसके बारे में बात करेंगे.
Do you recall taking the sum of $7,300 on October 2nd, 2020?
अक्टूबर 2nd 2020 को आपने 7,300 रुपया डॉलर निकाले थे.
नहीं, it's lie.
No,
Can you tell the court, I'm sorry.
no, that's a lie.
Okay, tell the court what you did with the $7,300.
कोर्ट को बताइएगा आप ये $7,300 से क्या किया.
मैंने लिए ही नहीं, तो मेरे पास थे ही नहीं. मैंने इसके no.
I did not take it. I don't have it.
And on exhibit Exhibit 8, do you have Exhibit 8 in front of you?
Exhibit 8 आपके पास है?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
When did you open this account?
ये अकाउंट कब खोला था आपने?
जब मैं पहली जॉब करती थी बेबी सिटिंग की, पहले चेक.
When I started doing the first babysitting job.
And when was that?
कब था वो?
वो सितंबर में था.
September.
And do you have a statement from September to show the beginning balance?
September का statement है आपके पास जो शुरुआत के बैलेंस बताते हैं?
हाँ जी है.
है? Yes.
Okay, can you show that to me?
मुझे बताएंगे?
Yes.
How much did you deposit on that day?
कितना डिपॉजिट किया था आपने?
That time मैंने 436.
436.
And when did you start babysitting?
अब babysitting कब शुरू किया?
सितंबर में.
September.
When did you leave the marital home?
आप शादीशुदा घर कब छोड़े?
25 सितंबर को 2020 में.
25th September 2020.
Do you recall leaving the home on October 2nd, 2020?
October 2nd 2020 को घर छोड़ा, आपको याद है?
No.
No.
Can you tell the court how many times CPS was called on you?
Objection relevance. There are no kids to this marriage.
What's the relevance, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, the relevance is that Mr. Najee has children in his home, and CPS was called several times on Ms. Najee for her violence towards his children.
The objection's overruled. I'm going to allow a little bit of leeway here. You may answer that, ma'am.
अच्छा, CPS कितने बार आपके खिलाफ बुलाया गया था?
वो यहाँ पे नहीं था, इंडियाना में रहा था एक बार. That's it. इंडियाना में.
In Indiana, when we lived there one time.
Okay, and how many times did you, I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. Did you have to take counseling as a result of the violence allegations against you?
Objection relevance.
Again,
Ooh.
Your Honor,
You may answer that, ma'am.
आपको काउंसलिंग के लिए भेजा गया था कि जो बच्चों से जो वायलेंस आपने किया उसके लिए काउंसलिंग पे गए थे?
कहीं पे गए तो नहीं थे, मेरे को इतना तो मेरे को नहीं पता क्या. कोई लेडी आती थी, बातें करती थी. That's it.
I don't know about counseling or whatever, but one lady came and she talked to me.
okay. Are you under the influence of any medication today, ma'am?
आप कोई दवाई लेते हैं आज? कोई दवाई लिया हुआ है?
No.
No.
Is there any reason why you would not have a good memory today?
तो आपको याददाश्त नहीं है, ऐसे कोई कारण है?
नहीं.
No.
Okay, do you recall the police being called to the residence because of your violence toward Mr. Nagi's children?
आपको याद है पुलिस को बुलाया गया था मिस्टर नागी के बच्चों के साथ आपने जो वायलेंस किया था?
या मेरे को याद है
यस आई
How many
रिमेम्बर.
times?
कितने बार?
एक बार.
One time.
Okay. Isn't it true, Ms. Nagy, that you have been very violent toward your husband during the course of this marriage?
तो ये भी सच है आपके पति के खिलाफ आप बहुत वायलेंट थे?
No.
No.
And isn't it true, ma'am, that you have consistently throughout this marriage hit your husband and thrown knives at him?
और ये भी सच है कि ये सारे जो आपके शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपने आपके हस्बैंड को से मारपीट किया है और चाकू फेंका है उसके ओर?
कभी नहीं. Never ever. ये lying.
Never happened. It's a lie.
And are you trying to gain your citizenship here in the United States?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. Let me answer that, ma'am.
अच्छा, आप यहाँ पर आपके सिटीजनशिप लेने के लिए हैं, चाहते हैं आप?
मैं जहाँ पे इसके साथ आई थी ऐसा नहीं भी मैं सिटीजन बनने के लिए आई थी. No. ऐसा कुछ नहीं था.
I didn't come with him to become a citizen.
That's not
Hold on
the
a second.
question.
I don't think, I didn't get a good answer there because of some technical difficulties. Can we please, Ms. Interpreter, if you would please ask that question again and give her answer again?
आप सिटीजनशिप लेना चाहते हैं यहाँ पर अमेरिका में?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you finding of family violence or abuse towards you in a marriage will guarantee you citizenship? Is that right?
Objection calls for speculation and a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
What is your understanding of a finding of family violence, ma'am?
ये family violence
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Asking for her understanding.
The objection sustained.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you are making up the family violence against your husband to gain citizenship?
मैम, ये ऐसा हो सकता है कि फैमिली वायलेंस की कहानी आप बना रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको सिटीजनशिप चाहिए?
नहीं. ऐसा 12 years से इसके साथ रह रही हूँ. 11 years से. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
No, absolutely not. I've been living with him for 12 years, 11 years.
And you have been the one that's been the violent one throughout this marriage. Is that right?
पूरे शादी में आप थे जो वायलेंस करते थे?
No.
No.
The police reports will indicate that you were the perpetrator against Mr. Nagy's children. Is that right?
Objection hearsay and assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did you throw knives at your husband?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
आपने आपके पति के ऊपर चाकू फेंके?
नहीं.
No.
On the occasion that you testified earlier this morning on May 28th,
Ma'am, I didn't get that.
on your testimony this morning, beginning on May 28th, you indicated your husband hit you with his shoe.
आपने आज यहाँ पर गवाही दिया था कि मई 28 को आपका पति ने आपको जूते से मारा था.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Did you tell the court, or can you tell the court, please, what you did to instigate that argument?
आप कोर्ट को बता सकते हैं कि आपने क्या किया, ये अनमानी होने के लिए आपने क्या किया?
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया. मैं तो घर पे कुकिंग कर रही थी. मैं इसकी आवाज सुन के बेडरूम में गई. ऐसा कुछ मैंने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं.
I didn't do anything. I was cooking. I heard his voice and went to the bedroom.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that you started pushing and hitting him on the head and the neck?
ये सच है ना? आप उनको धक्का मारा और मारा उसके सिर पे और उनके गर्दन पे?
No.
Isn't it true that you
No.
attempted to take his cell phone away from him?
आपने उसका सेल फोन उसके हाथ से छीना?
झूठ बोल रहा है। कभी इसने कभी मेरे को फोन इसने कभी दिया ही नहीं इसका फोन, हाथ भी नहीं लगाने देता किसी को, चार्ज भी लगा देती थी तभी मेरे को लाता, मेरे ऊपर चलाता था, मेरे फोन को टच मत कर। झूठ बोल रहा है, झूठ बोल रहा है।
No, he is lying. He never let me touch his phone. Even if I try to charge it, his phone, he will say, don't touch my phone.
I'm going to say objection non-responsive at this point, Judge, but yes, ma'am. And you had a cell phone the entire time that you were married to Mr. Naji?
Mr. Nagi से आपका शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपके पास हमेशा सेल फोन था ना? आपका खुद का?
No.
No.
Did you have the ability to call anyone during the marriage?
ये शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आप किसी को फोन कर सकते थे?
No, किसी मेरे पेरेंट्स से भी बात करने देता था इंडिया में, कभी नहीं।
No, he won't even let me talk to my parents in India.
Okay, and how did you get around town here in Houston while you were married to Mr. Naji?
Mr. Nagi से आपकी शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आप ह्यूस्टन में कैसे जाते थे एक जगह से दूसरा जगह?
मैं कहीं पे भी नहीं जाती थी। No.
I don't go anywhere.
Objection non-responsive.
But I think she answered your question.
Hold on. Overall, I think she answered it.
Okay. Who drove you around Houston when you needed to get around?
ह्यूस्टन में आपको कहीं जाना हो तो कौन ले जाता था?
कोई भी नहीं।
Nobody.
Ma'am, isn't it true that your husband would drive you anywhere you needed to go?
ये सच है ना कि आपका पति आपको कहीं पर भी आपको जाना है वहां आप गाड़ी में ले जाते थे?
मेरा कोई फ्रेंड ही नहीं था, मैं किसके पास जाती, मेरा कोई भी नहीं था। No, मैं वॉक करने जाती थी अकेली।
No, I
believe the
friends.
answer called for a yes or no.
I have no friends. I don't have anywhere to go. So I would only walk in my neighborhood.
Ms. Naji, you want this court to believe that you were held captive in your marital home?
Miss Nagi, आप ये चाहते हैं कि कोर्ट को ऐसा लगे आप बंदी थे आपके घर में?
Yeah, that is true. मेरे को ऐसा लगता मैं जेल में हूँ क्या?
Yes, that is true. I felt like I was in a jail.
Okay, and you're telling this court also that you never committed any family violence during this marriage.
और आप ये कोर्ट को ये बता रहे हैं कि ये पूरे आप शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपने कोई भी वायलेंस नहीं किया?
No, मैंने इसके साथ कभी कुछ बात नहीं, मैं इससे इतना प्यार करती थी, इसके साथ रहती थी, मेरे को ऐसा लगता था मेरे से बात करे, मेरे को अटेंशन दे। इसने कभी मेरे से बात नहीं की, मेरे साथ कुछ कभी नहीं कुछ शेयर किया, कभी नहीं।
And Your Honor, the answer called for yes or no. So any explanation after yes or no is objection.
And did you say no was the first part of that, Miss Interpreter?
Yes. No, I did not do
Hold on.
any violence towards.
Hold on. Objection sustained after no.
Ma'am, I want you to look at what you have marked as P1.
P1 देखिएगा.
Do you have P1 in front of you?
आपके सामने है P1?
हाँ जी, pictures.
Yes. Pictures.
I believe P1 is your financial information statement.
Financial information है P1.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You indicate on your financial information statement that you're making $1,516.67 a month. Is that right?
Ma'am, can you repeat the number again?
$1,516.67.
आपके स्टेटमेंट में आपने बताया है कि आप हर महीने $1,516.67 बनाते हैं.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Okay, and you indicate that your monthly necessary living expenses. Go ahead and
Hold on. We've lost Miss Naji's video. And while we're dealing with that, Miss Naji, I need your video up and running. Also, Mr. Naji, it's required that you be on video as well. So if y'all are cutting off your videos, please stop doing that. If you're on your phone and it temporarily goes away when you get a call, I understand that. But you're in court and you need to be present on video during the entire hearing. All right, you may continue, Ms. Taylor.
thank you. Ms. Naji, you indicate on your financial information statement that your monthly reasonable needs are $1,350 per month. Is that correct?
आपके स्टेटमेंट में आपने ये बताया कि आपकी जरूरत जो हर महीने की जरूरत है वो $1,350 है.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Okay, so why are you asking this court for Mr. Naji to pay you $1,500 a month when you're making enough money to meet your monthly reasonable needs?
आप कोर्ट से ये क्यों बताए कि मिस्टर नाजी आपको $1,500 दे जब आपका जरूरत है 1,350? वो तो आप खुद बना रहे हैं.
नहीं, मैं इतने पैसे नहीं बना रही. मेरे को $800 मेरा रेंट है, तो मेरे को मेरी सेल फोन, मेरे एवरीथिंग, मेरे पैसे मेरे को देने हैं, लॉन्ड्री एवरीथिंग. मैं इनफ मनी नहीं बना रही, अभी 350 बना रही हूँ.
I don't make that kind of money. My rent itself is $800. Then my clothes, my laundry, other personal needs. What I make is not enough to pay my bills.
Yeah.
According to your financial information statement, it covers your expenses. Would you agree?
आपके फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट के मुताबिक ये अमाउंट जो है आपके एक्सपेंस कवर कर रहे हैं.
No.
No.
Okay, please show me or tell me, let me rephrase. Please tell me, looking at your financial information statement, how I'm missing the math.
आपके फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट देखिए और बताइए कि मेरा गणित कहाँ पर गलत है.
आप ये मेरी अभी की स्टेटमेंट मांग रहे हैं ना, फॉर राइट नाउ की?
Are you looking at my statement, current statement?
I'm looking at the one that you marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 1 and entered into evidence.
ये P1 आपने जो पे कोर्ट में एंटर किया ना, वो देख रही हूँ मैं.
या इसमें है 50. यस, ये अभी की है, लाइक अभी मैंने रिसेंटली की थी, पर इनफ नहीं है मेरी में जो इतना मैं
Yeah, I made this, but it's not enough for my living expense.
Okay, but this is the evidence that you have put in front of the court, correct?
ये कोर्ट के सामने ये एविडेंस दिया है आपने.
हाँ जी.
And
Yes.
this is the number that you make and the number for your expenses.
ये आपके नंबर है जो आपने दिया और आपके एक्सपेंसेस भी दिया है.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
And tell this court what other expenses you're helping Mr. Naji pay from the community debt.
और कोर्ट को बताइए मिस्टर नाजी क्या क्या आपको पे करना चाहिए आपका एक्सपेंस का.
मेरे को लाइक 1200 चाहिए. मेरे को
क्या क्या चाहिए?
$1200 चाहिए पर मंथ.
I need $1,200 per month.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Ma'am, have you made any mortgage payments?
आपने मॉर्गेज का पेमेंट किया है?
No.
No.
Have you paid any utilities at the marital home?
और कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पानी ऐसे कुछ पेमेंट किया है?
No.
Have you paid any car insurance?
कार का इंश्योरेंस पे किया है?
No, I don't have a car.
I don't
You
have
walked
a car.
away. You simply walked away from the marriage. Is that right?
आपके शादी से आप खुद चले गए.
मैं चली गई क्योंकि मेरे पास ऑप्शन नहीं थी, अदरवाइज ये मेरे को किल कर देता.
Objection to
I
anything
didn't
after
have
yes
any
or no.
options.
Object-
Otherwise he would have killed me.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Ma'am, tell this court how many times you called the police on Mr. Naji from May 28th, 2020 to present.
आप बता सकेंगे मई 28, 2020 से अब तक आपने मिस्टर नागी के खिलाफ कितने बार पुलिस को बुलाया?
एक बार भी नहीं.
Not even one time.
And tell me, you filed your petition for divorce in January of this year, is that right?
अब जनवरी इस साल में आपने फाइल किया ना डिवोर्स के लिए?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
And you left in September, is that right?
आप सितंबर को घर छोड़े?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
When did you file an application for protective order against Mr. Naji?
कब एप्लीकेशन प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर का एप्लीकेशन आपने कब फाइल किया?
मैंने दिसंबर में ने किया था तो बट लाइक जनवरी में या डन हो गया था जनवरी में.
I filed it in December, then something happened, and then I filed it in January.
Okay, and is it currently pending?
अब pending है वो?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Okay, when are you going to have a hearing on that protective order?
Protective order का hearing कब होगा?
I don't know, मेरे को नहीं पता.
I don't know.
Do you have a copy of your application for protective order?
आपके पास वो application का protective order का application का copy है?
हाँ जी है.
Yes.
Can you tell me what day it was filed?
वो date बताएंगे कब file किया था?
Can I look?
Yes.
देखिए.
I think it's first, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
date बताइए.
I think मेरे को इतना याद है पेपर पे जनवरी 22 को था जब मैंने फाइल किया था.
I think it's January 22nd that I filed.
Okay. I'm going to ask the court to take judicial notice of the original petition for divorce filed in this court's file on or about January 22nd, 2021 at 11:27 a.m.
Any objection, Ms. Worsey?
No, Judge.
All right, the court will take judicial notice of the petition for divorce filed January 22nd, 2021.
And Your Honor, may I share my screen?
You may.
Judge, I'm gonna object to any screen sharing for any exhibits that aren't offered, that haven't been admitted into evidence, including this, because you took judicial notice of it, but it's not an exhibit.
All right, Ms. Taylor, as far as screen sharing, what we'll do is you'll need to lay your predicate before you screen share if you're offering it into evidence. If it's just me taking judicial notice, I have it up here on my computer. So I
Thank
can
you, Judge. I'll ask some questions. Ms. Najee, you filed this petition for divorce on January 22nd, 2021. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Nagi, January 2021 को इस petition आपने file किया था.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And in that petition for divorce, there is a section on page 2 regarding protective orders.
वहाँ पर section में page number 2 में एक जगह है petition for what was the word, ma'am? Petition for
Protective orders.
protective order. वो protective order का petition के लिए page number 2 में एक जगह है.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Do you recall what your statement was with regard to the protective order on page 2, item number 6?
Page 2, item number 6 में आपने क्या गवाही दिया था?
I cannot read.
I cannot read.
You understand that you have hired or have been accepted as a client with AVDA, correct?
After से आपने उनका एक client है ना?
हाँ जी।
Yes.
And they are in the business of taking clients who are victims of family violence. Is that right?
वो उन लोग जो फैमिली वायलेंस के जो विक्टिम होते हैं उनको मदद करते हैं.
हाँ जी।
Yes.
So they would not have overlooked the fact that you have an application for protective order pending, would they?
Objection
Well-
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, do you know that your statement in your petition indicates that there is no protective order on file and nothing pending?
आपके जो स्टेटमेंट में ये लिखा हुआ है कि आपने प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर फाइल किया है, नहीं किया है और कुछ पेंडिंग भी नहीं है.
अच्छा,
Ma'am, the question is, do you know that the protective order wasn't referenced in your petition for divorce?
जो डिवोर्स के जो पिटिशन में प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर को उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया है, ये आपको मालूम है?
ये वो मालूम मेरे को बताया होगा पर मेरे को आई डोंट रिमेम्बर.
I don't know. I don't remember.
And did your
Judge,
application,
Ms. Abraham, that's not what she said. Can you translate it properly, please?
आपने क्या बताया? That's what I heard. I'm sorry.
मेरे को
Miss
इन्होंने
Nagi?
बताया था बट मेरे को अभी याद नहीं है.
Oh, they explained it to me, but I don't remember it.
and as we sit here today, you have not gone forward on any application for protective order, is that right?
आप आज यहाँ जब बैठे हैं, आपने कोई भी एप्लीकेशन या प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर के लिए आपने नहीं किया है?
नहीं.
No.
And it's been almost 9 months since you alleged to have filed a protective order.
अब 9 महीना हो गया, आपने बताया कि आपने प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर फाइल किया.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you understand that the estate, the marital estate, as we sit here today, is in the negative?
आपको मालूम है ना जो मैरिटल एस्टेट जो जितने भी पैसे शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपने किया वो नेगेटिव है, माइनस है.
No, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Tell the court what you have done to find a job that will meet your monthly reasonable needs.
आप कोर्ट को बताएंगे आपने क्या किया है ये कुछ काम मिलने के लिए, काम ढूंढने के लिए जो आपके महीने की जो खर्च है वो पूरा कर सकते हैं.
मैं अभी जॉब कर रही हूँ. तो
I am working now.
Pass this witness.
Okay, any redirect, Ms. Worsey?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Nagy, Ms. Taylor asked you what other expenses you're helping Mr. Nagy pay. You recall that question?
मिस नागी, ये आप दूसरा वकील ने आपसे ये पूछा था कि और कौन सा एक्सपेंस आप मिस्टर नागी पे करने बोल रहे हैं?
You remember the question?
वो सवाल याद है?
नहीं मेरे को नहीं याद है.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you lived with Mr. Nagy, did you ever pay for any of the bills?
जब आप मिस्टर नागी के साथ रहते थे आपने कोई भी बिल पे किया?
नहीं.
No.
Did he ever ask you to pay for any bills?
उन्होंने कभी आपको बताया कि आपको कोई बिल पे करना चाहिए?
No.
No.
Ms. Taylor asked you if you walked away from the marriage. You remember that question?
मिस टेलर ने आपसे ये भी पूछा कि आप शादी से खुद चले गए?
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Why did you leave Mr. Nagy?
आप मिस्टर नागी से अलग क्यों हुए?
मेरे को डर लगता था उससे भी मेरे को मार देगा किसी दिन.
I was scared that he would hurt me or kill me.
Have you, since you left the marital residence, have you applied for any jobs?
आप शादीशुदा घर छोड़े उसके बाद कोई भी जॉब के लिए आपने अप्लाई किया?
हाँ जी, मैंने बहुत जगह अप्लाई किया। हाँ जी।
Yes, I applied a lot of places.
Where did you apply?
कहाँ पर अप्लाई किया?
मैंने लाइक HEB पे भी किया, लाइक
HEB,
क्रोकर पे भी,
Kroger,
कास्को पे भी किया, वालमार्ट पे भी किया।
Costco, Walmart.
And did you receive any job offers from anywhere that you interviewed?
जहाँ पे भी आपने इंटरव्यू किया वहां से कोई ऑफर आया आपके लिए?
हाँ जी, वन टाइम लाइक इंटरव्यू हुई थी मेरी, पर उन्होंने मेरे HEB पे, पर उन्होंने मेरी जॉब नहीं दी, मसूरी सिटी में।
Yeah, उन्होंने once HEB interviewed me, but they did not offer me the job.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Najee, are you aware that your husband is being sued by Discover Bank for non-payment of a debt?
आपको मालूम है कि डिस्कवर बैंक आपके हस्बैंड को सू कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उसका कर्जा नहीं चुकाया?
मेरे को नहीं पता।
I don't know.
Are you aware that a search of the district clerk's website does not indicate that an application for protective order has been filed on your behalf?
Objection, Judge. Hearsay.
Objection.
If she knows.
To that, ma'am.
I couldn't hear you, Your Honor.
I said the objection's overruled. She may answer that. If she knows whether or not a search of the clerk's website would reveal a protective order being, or that the search of the Fort Bend County's website does not show an application for protective order being filed.
आपको ये मालूम है फोर्ट बैंक का वेबसाइट को आप उस पे जाएंगे और ढूंढेंगे तो वहां पर प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर फाइल नहीं किया है, इसकी जानकारी आपको है?
नहीं।
No.
Are you aware that Bank of America has filed a suit for payment of a debt against Mr. Najee on or about April 21st, 2021?
आपको मालूम है बैंक ऑफ अमेरिका ने आपका पति को सू किया है क्योंकि कर्ज नहीं चुकाया अप्रैल 2021 को?
No.
No.
How do you suppose all of these debts incurred by the community are going to be paid?
आपको क्या लगता है ये जितना भी खर्चा आपके शादीशुदा जिंदगी में हुआ है वो कैसे पे करेंगे?
Can you repeat that?
आपकी शादीशुदा जिंदगी में जितना भी खर्च डेट जो कर्ज लिया हुआ है उसको कैसे पे करेंगे?
I don't know. मेरे को नहीं पता।
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you refused to get your driver's license during this marriage?
ये सच है कि आप शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपने ड्राइवर्स लाइसेंस लेने के लिए मना किया था?
नहीं, मैंने कभी नहीं मना किया।
No, I never refused to get my driver's license.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Worsey, anything further from this witness?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Worsey, any other witnesses that you'd like to call?
No, Judge.
All right, just so you know your time, I've got Ms. Worsey with 60 minutes and Ms. Taylor, you still have 86 minutes. Ms. Taylor, is your first witness going to be Mr. Najee?
Yes, Judge.
Looks like we're moving a little quicker than y'all had anticipated. My guess is it's not going to take the full 4 hours, but if you believe it is, if y'all still think it is going to take the 4 hours, then we're going to work for another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll break for lunch. But normally since we're going to get into a lengthy witness, I would go ahead and break for lunch. Do y'all think we're going to be able to finish a little bit earlier than 4 hours?
I hope so.
I agree with that.
All right, why don't we, let's go ahead and get a little bit of testimony in then. Ms. Taylor, you may call your first witness.
At this time, I call Mr. Najee.
You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, have you ever been served with an application for
1 second,
protective?
Your Honor, you want me to translate for Mr. Naji too?
Yes, well, no,
Yeah.
you're going to need to interpret for Miss Najee though. So you will need to interpret both the question and the answer. And I'm about to give you a break. We're going to go for about 10 or 15 more minutes because I know you've been going for a while. And then we'll break for lunch and give you a break. Okay? All
Okay.
right, thank you. Ms. Taylor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And I apologize. I keep forgetting about the interpreter, my fault. Mr. Naji, have you ever been served with a application for protective order?
Mr.
No, ma'am.
Naji, आपको कभी भी प्रोटेक्टिव ऑर्डर का एप्लीकेशन मिला है?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware during the course of this litigation that your wife was claiming that she's been abused by you?
आपको ये मालूम है कि आपकी पत्नी ये लॉसूट में बता रहे हैं कि आपने उनको अब्यूज किया?
No, ma'am.
No,
Are you,
नहीं.
can you tell this court, hold please. Your wife testified to several incidences of family violence in the last 8 months.
अब पीछे 8 महीने में आपकी पत्नी ने ये टेस्टिफाई किया कि उसके खिलाफ आपने वायलेंस किया है.
That is not true.
ये सच नहीं है.
Yes, sir, but you heard her testimony, is that right?
आपने
Yes.
सुना ना, उन्होंने टेस्टिफाई किया. हाँ.
Mr. Naji, have you ever put a hand on your wife?
आपने कभी भी मिस्टर नाजी आपके पत्नी पर हाथ उठाया है?
No, ma'am.
Can
No.
you describe to this court what type of family violence you endured during the course of this marriage?
Judge, I'm
Abu
going to
Hassan.
object to any questions about family violence as that has not been pled.
The objection's overruled. You may answer that, sir.
आपने कभी आप बता सकते हैं ये शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपने कौन सा वायलेंस को फेस किया है?
She was always verbally, emotionally, and physically abusing my kids, myself, and few other people, my friends who will come to our house to hang out.
Objection
say-
non-responsive. The
Sustained.
question was family violence he endured.
Correct, sustained.
If I may rephrase the question, Judge.
You may.
Mr. Naji, listen carefully to my question, okay? Can you tell this court what instances of family violence you endured during this marriage?
आपने कोई फैमिली वायलेंस जो एक्सपीरियंस किया वो बताइएगा.
She was scratching me all the time. Sometimes when I was driving, that was very dangerous. She threw knives at me every time I'll go into the kitchen. She did not want me to even get a glass of water from the fridge, or the kids, that.
Hold on. She's got to interpret that.
Yes. मुझे जब मैं ड्राइव करता कभी तो वो मुझे नाखून से नोचती थी. जब रसोई में जाता था, किचन पे जाता था, मुझे मेरे ऊपर चाकू फेंकती थी. मुझे किचन से पानी भी लेने नहीं देती थी.
Mr. Naji, is there any other instances of family violence during the marriage from your wife to you?
और वायलेंस किया है?
A lot of times when I was on my work conferences calls, which she thought that I'm talking to girls, that was actually work conference calls or something, she will come there and just starting havoc, and I will walk away. She will just follow me in the backyard, everywhere. She will grab
Objection
her.
non-responsive and narrative.
Sustained at this time. Ms. Interpreter, if you can please interpret his answer though.
कभी कभी मैं घर पे आता था तो फोन पे होता था, कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल होता था, तभी वो आती थी, उसको लगता था कि मैं और कोई लड़कियों से बात करता था, तो मैं मेरे ऊपर आती, चिल्लाती, मैं वहां से निकल जाता तो मेरे पीछे पीछे आती थी.
Sir, on the occasion of May the 28th, 2020, do you recall your wife's testimony?
मई 28, 2020 को आपकी पत्नी ने क्या गवाही दिया, आपको याद है?
Yes.
Yes. हाँ.
On that occasion, were you on a work-related call?
उस दिन आप काम के ओर से बात कर रहे थे?
I think I have to look at the date or the particular day she's talking about?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है, पर मुझे डेट देखना चाहिए उस दिन, मुझे डेट देखना चाहिए.
If I was at work, I
Objection,
was.
non-responsive at this point.
Sustained.
Sir, did you hit your wife? Let me get her testimony. Hold on.
टेस्टमनी निकाल रहे हैं आपका.
I believe she testified this morning that you hit her with your shoe.
उन्होंने बताया था कि आपने उनको जूते से मारा था.
That is not true. Again, I'm gonna have to look for that particular day. If I was at work, I wasn't home.
Do you recall ever hitting your wife with your shoe?
आपको
No.
आपने कभी भी आपके पत्नी को जूते से मारा है?
No.
नहीं.
Did you push her and hit her many times with your shoe?
आपने उसको
No.
धक्का मारा और बहुत बार जूते से मारा?
No.
Did you see her petitioner's exhibit 3?
ये petitioner का exhibit 3 आपने देखा?
I have seen several pictures. I don't remember which one is 3.
Petitioner's exhibit 3 is
मैंने
the
बहुत
picture
तस्वीर
she
देखी, कौन
alleges
सा है petitioner 3 मुझे याद नहीं है.
is the bruise on her leg.
वो जो पैर में जो निशान है, चोट लगे हुए.
Yes, I seen that.
या मैंने देखा है.
May I share the screen, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Najee, can you tell me, that's too big because I can't see it. Can you tell me whose shoe that is down there at the bottom?
ये नीचे जो है वो जूता किसका है?
This is not even a flooring in our house.
Okay,
I'm not sure where this picture is taken.
okay.
ये
She indi-
हमारा घर का फ्लोरिंग नहीं है, मुझे मालूम नहीं है ये तस्वीर कहाँ पर निकाला है.
Your wife indicated that she took it that night.
आपकी पत्नी बता रही है कि ये उस रात को निकाली थी उसने.
She's lying.
Okay,
झूठ बोल रही
and
है.
if this, does this look like your wife's shoe?
ये आपकी पत्नी की जूती है?
It's very. No.
No.
And so whose leg is this right here?
ये किसका पैर है?
I don't
Objection
have.
calls for speculation. He already said he didn't know where this was taken, so.
Well, I don't know that he said he doesn't know whose shoe that is. He said it's not his wife's shoe, but I agree at this point, it's speculation unless he knows whose shoe that is. Well, even then, it doesn't mean it's that person's leg. So the objection to speculation is sustained.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Najee, does this appear to be your wife's leg in this photograph?
ये पिक्चर में, ये तस्वीर में आपकी बीबी के पैर है ये?
Objection leading.
Overruled, you may answer that.
I really clearly can see. It looks like my arm too to me.
Okay.
She
मुझे
gave
नहीं
me.
मालूम, मुझे नहीं मालूम, क्लियरली नहीं मालूम, मुझे लगता है मेरा हाथ है.
Mr. Najee, what do you do for a living?
आप
I'm a
क्या करते
computer.
हैं?
I'm a computer professional.
And who do you work
computer
for?
प्रोफेशनल है मैं.
CVS Pharmacy.
How long
CVS
have you been working there?
कितने साल
Since-
से काम करते हैं?
Since October 2006.
अक्टूबर 2006 से वहां काम करते हैं.
How many times have the police been called to your home during your
Police-
marriage to Miss Najee?
मिस नाजी से शादीशुदा जिंदगी में पुलिस को कितने बार बुलाया आपके घर पे?
Around, I was, okay, so the police came to the house twice and there was investigator.
Non-responsive after the police came to the house twice.
Sustained.
What was the purpose of the police coming to your house?
पुलिस क्यों आपके घर आए?
Your Honor, there's 2 incidents, so can we clarify which one?
Sure. From 2009, from the date of your marriage to present, you indicate there were 2 occasions that the police came to your residence.
आपने
you
बताया
recall?
कि 2009 से आपकी शादीशुदा जिंदगी में 2 बार पुलिस आपके घर में आए.
Yes.
On what was the first occasion?
पहला ओकेशन क्या था?
She had abused physically kids, and they actually went to the school counselor, and they just came to the house and talked to her. Then, right when they came in, she calls me that there's a police at the house.
Okay,
Uh,
and
Let me
And-
translate that, ma'am.
what is your understanding of the allegations
Hold on.
against your
The
wife?
interpreter, did the interpreter put that? We need to make
No.
sure she's getting to interpret. Right, she needs to interpret each question and each answer.
पहले बार जब पुलिस आया था तो मेरी पत्नी ने बच्चों को फिजिकली अब्यूज किया था और बच्चे स्कूल गए काउंसलर के पास, तो वहां से पुलिस मेरे घर पे आए और मेरी बीबी ने मुझे बुला के बोला कि पुलिस घर पे आए.
Mr. Naji, what was your understanding of the reason the police were called?
पुलिस
Judge,
क्यों
Your
घर पे आए
Honor,
थे?
to relevance to this incident.
Overruled. You may answer that, sir.
She called me that there's a police at the house, so I had to rush back to home from work, and that's when I found out, when the police people told me, officers told me.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Don't tell me what the officers told you.
Subsequent to this incident, was your wife required to do anything?
ये इंसिडेंट के बाद आपको बीबी को कुछ करना था इसके बाद?
Yes, CPS.
What was she required to do?
क्या करना था उसको?
CPS was involved, and she had to go through the counseling that went on for 6 months. She went through the counseling. Kids had to go through the
Stop
counseling.
there, please. Stop there.
Okay. CPS इन्वॉल्व थे इस पे और सीपीएस ने बताया था कि मेरे बीबी को काउंसलिंग पे जाना है और 6 महीने तक काउंसलिंग किया, बच्चे ने भी काउंसलिंग किए.
What was the second occasion that the police came to your residence?
दूसरा बार पुलिस क्यों आया आपके घर?
That was one of my son's friend, my son and my daughter, and Paramjeet. They were at the house.
मेरे बेटे के दोस्त और मेरी बेटी और परमजीत घर पे थे.
So she started hitting my daughter with her slippers, pink color slippers.
तो उन्होंने मेरी बेटी को उसकी चप्पल पिंक कलर का चप्पल से मारने लगी.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
What's the relevance of this, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, the relevance is to show that she is claiming family violence when in fact she's the perpetrator in this marriage.
Judge,
All
the
right,
kids
the
are not a
objection
part.
sustained at this time to what she did to the daughter.
Mr. Naji,
So
Mr. Naji,
why?
I'm going to ask
why-
you my next question.
Yes, ma'am.
दूसरा सवाल पूछ रहे हैं आपसे.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as Respondent's Exhibit 1. May I share my screen?
Well, let's get the exhibit in before the court sees it. So if you can lay your predicate before you
Sure,
share.
Judge. Did you have an opportunity to help me fill out a financial information statement regarding your expenses and your assets?
Ms.
Repeat
Worsey,
that.
hold on, just one second. Any objection to R1, Ms. Worsey, if it's an FIS?
Yes, Judge.
You do have an objection to their FIS?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and what's the
Wow.
objection?
It's not signed.
Okay.
It's a ministerial act, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to go ahead and give the interpreter a break, and we're going to resume at, I've got a child interview at 1 and another one at 1:30. So let's do 2 o'clock. So y'all in recess until 2 o'clock, and we'll pick up where we left off with the direct
you.
of the husband. We're going off the record. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
How are you doing? Looks like we're just missing the interpreter, so when we get her back, we will get started. All right, are we all ready?
Ready, Judge?
Yes, Judge.
Report's back on the record and the Najee matter. We left off with the direct examination by Ms. Taylor of Mr. Najee. We're going to pick up where we left off. Ms. Taylor, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I believe there was an objection lodged against my FIS because my client had not signed it. Can we get a ruling on that?
Sure. Are you offering R1 at this time?
I'm offering R1, Your Honor.
Ms. Worsey?
I'm going to object. It hasn't been signed. It's not a complete document.
All right, the objection to R1 is overruled. R1's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I share my screen?
You may. I need to give you all privileges again. Give me 1 second. All right, you may share your screen.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Najee, does this appear to be the financial information statement that you filled out for my office?
Yes, ma'am.
ना जी ये फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट आपने फिल आउट किया था ये है
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does it accurately reflect your employer as CVS?
Yes, ma'am.
जिसके लिए आप काम करते हैं उसका नाम CVS है
Does it accurately reflect how often you're paid by CVS?
और जहाँ CVS आपको कैसे पे करते हैं वो भी सही है
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your wages with CVS?
आपका पगार क्या है CVS से
Around $33 an hour.
Okay, and you see here on the exhibit, do you have the exhibit in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at it on my computer as well.
Okay,
मैं देख रहा
your
हूँ
wages,
सामने है
your wages appear to be $2,426.
$2,426 है
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that weekly, bi-weekly, monthly? What is that?
ये
It's
हफ्ते में
bi-weekly.
है 2 हफ्ते में 2 हफ्ते में है
Going to scroll to page 2 of that exhibit. You see your deductions here at the top.
ये डिडक्शन देख रहे हैं ऊपर
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then your assets that are quickly available for your use each month. You show that you have financial institutions, $5,169. What is that?
ये फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन में $5,169 है वो क्या है
That's a balance in my checking account, which is coming from the pay.
Okay,
चेकिंग अकाउंट का बैलेंस है
and as we sit here today, what is your balance in your checking account today?
चेकिंग अकाउंट का बैलेंस क्या है आज
Well, let me log in.
Let me ask you this,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Does that balance fluctuate depending on what bills you pay?
वो बैलेंस का फर्क होता है जितना बिल्स पे करते हैं उसके मुताबिक
Yes, ma'am.
ये
Okay.
हाँ जी
Going down to your necessary monthly expenses, how much is your mortgage?
मॉर्गेज पेमेंट कितना है
$2,141.
And the utilities on average?
यूटिलिटीज
Utilities on average $1,751.
And if we went down the list of all of these expenses, are they accurately reflected each month?
यहाँ
Yes,
पर जो
ma'am.
भी एक्सपेंस लिखा है वो सब सही है
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I see here on the insurance payment, there's no insurance number here. Why is that?
इंश्योरेंस में कोई पेमेंट नहीं लिखा है, क्यों?
Both those cars are not working, so I haven't been getting the insurance. But I did mention the health insurance, which is in the deductions
Okay.
up top.
Alrighty,
या
your
तो
total
ये
monthly
दोनों गाड़ी
expenses.
सही से नहीं चल रहा है, इसलिए इंश्योरेंस नहीं लिया. हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस वो डिडक्ट होता है.
Does this bottom number here accurately reflect your monthly expenses?
ये
Yes,
नीचे का
ma'am.
जो भाग है आपका एक्सपेंस सही है.
That's
ma'am.
just to meet your monthly reasonable needs, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
ये आपका मंथली एक्सपेंसेस है जो आपको जरूरत है.
Gonna go over here to page 3 of your exhibit. These are the debts that you owe, is that correct?
ये
Yes,
आपका कर्ज है.
You have been sued, have you not, by Bank of America?
बैंक ऑफ अमेरिका ने आपको सू किया है.
Yes, and
हाँ
Yes?
yes.
हाँ,
And you owe them $8,500, is that right?
उनको आप $8,500 का कर्ज है.
Yeah, probably a little more than that as well.
उससे थोड़ा ज्यादा.
You've also been sued in April of this year for Discover Card, is that right?
Yes,
डिस्कवर कार्ड ने आपको सू किया है.
Was
Yes,
all
yes.
of this debt that appears on page 3, was it incurred during the marriage?
yes, ma'am.
ये सारे डेट शादी के बाद हुआ है.
Any of
Just
this,
हाँ.
just the chase for $550 is my personal after she left the house. Everything else, yes, during the marriage.
okay.
चेस वो 550 है, वो शादी के अलग होने के बाद हुआ है. बाकी सब हम शादीशुदा थे तब का है.
Is your wife helping you pay down any of this debt?
No,
आपकी
ma'am.
पत्नी आपको हेल्प करता है कोई भी ये कर्ज चुकाने के लिए?
No, ma'am.
नहीं.
Are you paying on this debt?
ये आपका ये कर्ज आप चुका रहे हैं?
Yes, some of it, whatever I can, so I don't fall short of expenses, my mortgage, and the basic needs for the kids and myself.
या जो कुछ मुझसे हो सकता है वो हम पे करते हैं, मॉर्गेज और बच्चों की जो जरूरतें हैं उसके.
You heard your wife testify that she wants you to pay her $1,500 a month, is that right?
आपने सुना था कि आपकी पत्नी आपसे $1,500 चाहती है हर महीने.
Yes, ma'am. I heard that.
Where will you get that money?
वो आप कहाँ से ले आएंगे?
There's no way I can get that money.
मैं कहीं से नहीं ले सकता.
Everything I make, it shows on here and in the bank.
Okay.
जो कुछ मैं पगार से मिलता है यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है, बैंक स्टेटमेंट में होता है.
Are these credit cards paid off?
ये क्रेडिट कार्ड्स पे कर दिया?
Which one we are talking about? The five?
Any of them?
No,
Are any of them paid off?
no,
कोई
they're
भी पे ऑफ
not.
किया है?
They're not.
No, नहीं किया.
Sir, you before you hired me, you were under a mediated settlement agreement, is that right?
Yes,
मुझे
ma'am.
हायर करने के पहले मीडिएटेड सेटलमेंट किया था ना.
And you agreed in that mediated settlement agreement to give your wife a 2005 Lexus.
आपने उसमें एग्री किया था कि 2005 का जो लेक्सस है आपकी बीवी को देंगे.
Yes.
हाँ.
Were you able to get it repaired?
उसको
No,
रिपेयर कर सकते हैं आप?
No, it was going to cost more money to get that fixed, and it actually had some safety recalls on it as well. So they wanted to get those safety recalls addressed. So there was a lot of things
नहीं,
that I
मैं
couldn't get it repaired.
मैं रिपेयर नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि उसमें सेफ्टी का रिकॉल था और रिपेयर करने के लिए बहुत पैसे लगते थे, इसलिए मैं रिपेयर नहीं कर सका.
And as part of that mediated settlement agreement, which I believe has been offered and accepted into evidence, may I share my screen, Judge?
Okay.
ये स्क्रीन में शेयर करेंगे वो जो सेटलमेंट दिया था उसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं।
Not only were you supposed to give her the 2005 Lexus, but you were also, you agreed in that MSA to get it into working conditions, to make the necessary repairs. Is that right?
उसमें आपने एग्री किया था उसको वर्किंग कंडीशन रिपेयर करके देंगे।
Yes, but it was mechanic calls. I told them.
Wait. You agreed to this, is that right?
Yes,
आपने एग्री किया था ना?
You also agreed to get the vehicle inspected.
और व्हीकल को इंस्पेक्शन भी करना आपने एग्री किया था।
Yes.
Based on your understanding of the work to be done on the car, were you able to make the necessary repairs and get it inspected?
आप वो जितना भी रिपेयर का काम करना था वो कर सके और इंस्पेक्शन पे ले जाने के पहले?
No.
No.
What happened to this car?
क्या हुआ ये गाड़ी को?
It's still sitting at mechanics.
Is the
मैकेनिक के पास है।
And
wait for the next question. Are the repairs more than the value of the car?
रिपेयर
Yes.
कार की जो वैल्यू उससे ज्यादा है। हाँ।
If your wife wants this car, can she go and get it?
अगर आपकी बीबी को ये कार चाहिए तो जाके ले सकती है।
I actually spoke with mechanics, so no, and I don't think so. The condition it is in,
Okay. Is it safe to
मैकेनिक
drive?
से बात किया था।
not
नहीं,
at all.
उसकी जो कंडीशन है वो उस पर नहीं जा सकती है।
Additionally, you were ordered to carry insurance on that vehicle. Is that right?
और उस गाड़ी का
Yes.
इंश्योरेंस भी आपको लेना था।
Because the car is not roadworthy, are you carrying insurance on the vehicle?
ये गाड़ी रोड में चला नहीं सकता इसलिए आप इंश्योरेंस लिया है इस पे?
No, because it's not drivable and nobody was driving it for almost six years, 5.
Okay, it's
ये
sat for 6
गाड़ी
years.
चला नहीं सकते, कोई चला नहीं रहा है 6 साल से।
No.
Did your wife have access to that car during the marriage?
जब आप शादीशुदा थे तब आपकी बीबी ये गाड़ी चला सकती थी?
Yeah, she had access to it.
How many times did you ask your wife to get her
We're not
driver's
giving the
license?
interpreter time to interpret.
Sorry, Judge.
To follow our talk.
Judge, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
Same here. That was kind of stuttered there.
I couldn't hear.
Oh, now I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but it
Now we
says
can.
that my connection is now unstable. There's some thunder at the courthouse. So can y'all hear me?
Now
Yes.
we can, yes.
Now we can.
Okay. What I was saying is we need to give the interpreter a little more time to interpret. Because we're talking over each other a little bit and it's harder for me to follow. And I just want to make sure we give her time to interpret. All right. Next question.
How many times did you ask your wife to get her driver's license?
आपने कितना बार पूछा आपकी बीवी को ड्राइवर्स लाइसेंस लेने के लिए?
Multiple times. As
बहुत टाइम।
During the course of your marriage, did your wife have the ability to drive this car should she desire?
आपकी शादीशुदा जिंदगी में अगर आपकी बीवी चाहती तो ये गाड़ी चला सकती थी?
yes.
Yes. हाँ।
As part of this MSA, you were ordered to pay, or you agreed to pay, the mortgage, utilities, and all of the other expenses at the marital residence.
और ये एग्रीमेंट में ये भी है कि मॉर्गेज, यूटिलिटीज, टैक्सेस और प्रॉपर्टी का जो इंश्योरेंस है वो भी आप देंगे?
Yes.
Are you doing that?
Yes,
correct?
I'm current on everything.
या मैं अभी तक पे किया है।
All right, you were also ordered to pay spousal maintenance to your wife in the amount of $1,200 per month for May, June, and July.
और आपने ये भी मान लिया था कि आपके स्पाउसल सपोर्ट के तरीके से $1,200 हर महीने आपकी बीवी को देंगे मई, जून और जुलाई में।
Have you done that?
वो किया है आपने?
I asked them several times for their account information.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
Answer my question, sir. Have you done that?
किया
Yes,
है आपने?
yes, I asked my previous attorney several
Objection,
times.
non-responsive.
Sustain. After yes.
Your Honor, if I could get an instruction to the witness that this question calls for a yes or a no.
Yeah, sir, just listen carefully to the question that's asked and only answer the question that's asked. Your lawyer knows what she needs to pull out of you. You just
Yes,
need to
Judge.
trust her and just answer the questions that she's asking. Don't volunteer more information.
Yes, Judge.
I'm going to ask again. Have you paid the spousal maintenance as you agreed?
आपने ये spousal maintenance पे किया है जिस तरह कि आपने माना था?
No.
No. नहीं.
What, if
No.
anything, have you done to pay this spousal maintenance to your wife?
आपने क्या किया ये spousal maintenance आपकी बीवी को पे करने के लिए?
I have gotten the money orders.
मैंने money order लिया है.
Have you paid anything to your wife?
आपने कुछ भी आपके wife को पे किया?
No,
No.
Why not?
क्यों?
because I did not have their account information or any instructions where to pay it. I don't have any of her information.
क्योंकि
Okay,
मेरे
and
पास
as you,
कोई information नहीं था, उसके account number कुछ नहीं था कि कहाँ पर ये पैसे दें.
do you still have the money orders available to your wife today?
आज आपके
Yeah.
पास वो money order है?
Yes,
हाँ.
As you look at number 1 on Exhibit A that I'm sharing on the screen, does it tell you when or where to pay?
यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है कहीं पर भी ये exhibit में कि कहाँ पर ये पैसे देना है, कब?
let me pull out. I'm just trying to zoom in.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm trying to zoom in. That is the number 1 spousal support section we are talking about here.
Yes,
Is
sir. Does it tell
Spousal
you
support
where
number.
or how to pay?
No,
Okay, if you were, after this court hearing, are you able to take those money orders to her attorney's office for payment?
ये money order court hearing के बाद उसके attorney के office ले जा सकते हैं?
I can definitely try today, but it's most likely tomorrow, but I do have them available in my possession.
Okay,
If
मेरे पास है, मैं आज try कर सकता हूँ, नहीं तो कल दे सकते हैं.
tell this court how you're paying all the bills on your salary.
आपके पगार से सारे bills आप कैसे pay करते हैं?
I'm not used to work overtime at all, but now I have been since all this debt and payments and expenses I have.
Have you had to
ज़्यादातर-
borrow money?
Ma'am, let me translate, please. मैं ज़्यादातर overtime नहीं करता है, लेकिन अरे इतने सारे expenses हैं, इसलिए अभी overtime करता हूँ.
Sir, have you had to borrow money to pay your bills?
Yes, a
पैसे
lot.
उधार में लिए हैं आप? हाँ.
Yes, a lot of it.
How,
Yes.
who are you borrowing from?
किससे आप उधार लेते थे?
My friends and family, a lot of
मेरे
people.
मेरे दोस्त, मेरे परिवार.
October 2nd, 2020, did your wife leave the marital residence?
Yes, ma'am.
आपके बीबी घर छोड़े थे?
And what did
Yes.
you take with you, with her?
वो अपने साथ क्या ले गया?
It's like 5 luggage bags, the bigger ones, full of her clothing, her shoes. Then there was $7,300 in the safe. She just left $20 in there. And there's a lot of my personal property, jewelry, which belonged to my mom. She took.
She took 5. Oh, उसने 5 बड़े लगेज के बैग ले गए थे, उसके कपड़े, उसके जूते, और सेफ में सर इट वाज $7,500
$7,300
$7,300 ले गए थे, और उसमें से सिर्फ $20 वापस रखे, और मेरे पर्सनल बिलोंगिंग्स, मेरी माता जी की जो ये गहने, वो भी ले गए।
You heard your wife testify that she was a prisoner in your home. Is that right?
आपने सुना था कि आपकी बीबी ने बताया कि वो आपके घर में कैदी थी?
No,
You heard her say that you never drove her anywhere. Do you recall that testimony?
उसने बताया कि आप उसको कहीं पर भी नहीं ले गए।
that's not true.
वो
What's
सच
not,
नहीं,
what's not true about her statement?
क्या सच नहीं है?
Everywhere we went together, even for the grocery shopping, for any activities, family activities, dining out, vacations, everywhere she went with me. So we did everything together.
You heard
So
her
even-
say, did you hear her testimony this morning that she did not have access to the credit cards or any of the money of the community?
आज ये भी गवाही दिया था कि उसके पास क्रेडिट कार्ड और फैमिली के जो पैसे हैं उसको, उसमें उसका कोई भी हक नहीं था, वो कुछ नहीं कर सकती थी।
That is not true. She had access to everything we owned together. And
ये झूठ है। उसको जो कुछ हमारे पास था, हम दोनों को था, उसको उस पे हक भी था।
What type of credit cards did she have in her wallet?
उसके वॉलेट में कौन सा क्रेडिट कार्ड था?
she had more than 15, 20 credit cards she applied. I actually gotten her credit card before we got married. We were engaged and I took it to India while she was waiting there. And I gave her that credit card to spend money off of it. And one of them was Best Buy, another one of them Capital One.
Yeah, she had 15 to 20 credit cards, some that I have applied and some she has applied. Even before our marriage. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying
That's not I said. That's not what I said. I applied for them. She had a lot of credit cards. I applied for 2 before marriage, what she had while she was waiting to immigrate to USA.
Okay.
So she had those credit cards so she could have access to the money while she was waiting for the immigration there.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. आपके पास 15 से 20 क्रेडिट कार्ड था, कुछ आपने अप्लाई किया था, कुछ मैंने अप्लाई किया था। शादी के पहले मैंने 2 क्रेडिट कार्ड अप्लाई किए आपके नाम पे, क्योंकि आप जब हमारे लिए वेट करते थे उसमें से आप खर्च कर सकते थे।
And also she was
Objection non-responsive at this point.
Sustained.
Is there any other source of money that she had access to besides the credit cards and the debit card to the bank account?
yes,
credit
she was
क्रेडिट कार्ड और डेबिट कार्ड और बैंक अकाउंट के अलावा और किसी तरह के पैसे पे उसका हक था?
Yes, she was always asking money from my parents while waiting for the immigration there. And she has gotten a lot of money from my dad and my mom and my brothers there as well.
Okay.
या जब आप इंडिया में थी तो मेरे माता पिताजी से पैसे मांग रहे थे, मेरे भाई से पैसे मांग रहे थे, और उन्होंने उसको पैसे भी दिए हैं।
Your Honor, may I share my screen?
You may.
Mr. Naji, you saw your wife's financial information statement, is that right?
मिस्टर नाजी, आपने आपकी बीबी के फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट देखा था ना?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
हाँ।
You see that she earns 15, 16 a month, is that right?
वो
Yes,
उसकी कमाई 15-16 है डॉलर्स।
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you see on her own financial information statement, her expenses are $1,350.
और उसका
Yes,
खुद का फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट में उसका एक्सपेंस है 1350।
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ।
Does that appear to be meeting her monthly reasonable needs?
ये उसके मंथली जरूरत में काम के लिए इनफ है ना?
Yes.
हाँ।
Have you ever laid a hand on your wife in anger?
अब गुस्से में कभी भी आपके बीबी को हाथ लगाया है?
No, ma'am.
नहीं।
And are you hearing family violence allegations for the first time today?
आज पहले
Yes,
बार ये फैमिली वायलेंस के बारे में आप सुन रहे हैं?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ।
Are you shocked by these allegations?
Absolutely.
आपको शॉक लगा ये सुन के?
Absolutely.
हाँ।
What was the circumstance that your wife left the home?
वो आपके घर क्यों छोड़ी आपकी बीवी ने?
Lisa, can I have a break, please? Sorry. Give me a
Your Honor, may
second.
my client have a moment?
You may.
Yes, thank you.
What was the circumstance in which your wife left the home?
आपकी बीवी ने घर क्यों छोड़ा?
Uh, I think she was in extramarital
Objection
affair.
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Why do you believe she's having an affair?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
आपको क्यों लगता है कि आपकी बीवी को किसी और से कोई अफेयर है?
This was going on for last few years, where she will tell me the new guy will take care of her. He will do this for her. He will do this for her.
ये कई साल से ऐसा चल रहा है, मुझसे कहता है कि वो मेरा ख्याल रखेगा, वो मेरे लिए ये करेगा, वो करेगा।
Any other reason other than what she told you?
उसके अलावा कुछ जो आपको उसने बताया?
No.
नहीं।
Is there some other vehicle that you can offer to your wife at this time?
आपके पास कोई दूसरा गाड़ी है जो आप अपने बीबी को दे सकते हैं?
I don't have a car even to drive for myself, even just work car, which is provided by the company, is I have to, if I do anything personal, which I'm not allowed to, I just have to clock off and clock back on, like to do Walmart stuff. So been going through some rough time, really.
मेरे पास अभी मेरे खुद के लिए भी गाड़ी नहीं है। मेरा जो वर्क से जो गाड़ी मिला है मैं वो चलाता हूँ। पर्सनल काम के लिए जाना पड़ता है तो मुझे क्लॉक इन और क्लॉक आउट करता है। मैं मुश्किल समय से गुजर रहा हूँ अभी।
If the court were to order you to pay her spousal maintenance of $1,500 per month, would that put you in a financial hardship and possibly lose the marital home?
Very much.
अगर आपको बोलते हैं कि $1,500 आपकी बीबी को दो तो आपको इतना मुश्किल होगा कि आपके घर भी आप खो सकते हैं।
Has she
Very
given you an accounting of the $7,300 she took from the safe?
No, she did not.
$7,300 सेफ से निकाला तो उसने बताया उससे क्या किया?
Has
No,
she
she
given you an accounting of any of the jewelry that you inherited from your mother?
आपकी माताजी का जो गहने थे उसके बारे में बताया कुछ?
No.
नहीं।
Mr. Naji, are you asking that you have exclusive use of the marital residence on a temporary basis and that you continue to pay those bills?
आप कह रहे हैं कि जो शादीशुदा के टाइम पे जो घर लिए थे वहां आप रहते हैं और उसके सारे एक्सपेंस आप पे करते हैं?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking the court that your wife get a full-time job and pay for her own expenses while this divorce is pending?
आप कोर्ट से ये कहते हैं कि आपकी बीबी फुल टाइम जॉब ले और खुद का खर्चा खुद ही करे?
Yes, please.
And during the marriage, was your wife the instigator of the family violence?
आपके शादीशुदा जिंदगी में आपके वाइफ ये लड़ाई झगड़ा शुरू करती थी?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That's a witness.
Ms. Worsey, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Nagy, Judge, may I share my screen to Respondent's Exhibit 1?
You may.
Respond exhibit 1 शेयर कर रहे हैं स्क्रीन पे।
Mr. Nagy, can you see this on your screen?
आप देख सकते हैं स्क्रीन मिस्टर नागी?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You get paid 2,426. How often?
ये 2426 कितने बार मिलते हैं आपको?
Bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly.
And so if we do the math, biweekly is 26 times a year, correct?
हिसाब करें तो 2426 दो बार ना?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we did 2426 times 26 weeks and we divide that by 12, you're actually getting paid $5,256 a month, right?
तो जैसे गणित हिसाब करते हैं, इसको डिवाइड करें और 12 से मल्टीप्लाई करें तो और उसके फिर डिवाइड 12 से डिवाइड करें तो 2526 आते हैं.
I believe that's the number I didn't calculate. Yes.
I
Okay,
believe that's वो नंबर मैंने कैलकुलेट किया है.
but you agree with me that it's
This is a
approximately,
bi-weekly. This is a bi-weekly pay. Yes, ma'am.
okay, and so monthly, it's approximately 5256, correct?
एक महीने में 5256 मिलते हैं ना?
24, 26. So yes, around $4,850.
4850 आता है मेरे हिसाब से.
Okay,
So around that number, yes.
या लगभग वहीं पर.
and so then your net monthly income is not 1,796. It's maybe about 4,000 to 4,500 a month.
ये मंथली
Net-
इनकम 1796 नहीं है, लगभग 4000 आ रहा है ना?
Net monthly income, I guess I don't know what that number is. I'm gonna have to look.
मुझे नहीं मालूम ये नंबर क्या है, मुझे देखना पड़ेगा.
I have to either is calculated automatically on this sheet, something I just filled out the empty spaces. So it has to be some kind of formula in the document when I filled it out.
ये पता नहीं कोई फॉर्मूला है ये डॉक्यूमेंट में, जहां पर खाली था वो जगह पे मैंने नंबर्स फिल किया था.
But getting back to your question, so income is around $4,800.
तो इनकम मेरा $4,800 है. आपका सवाल का जवाब.
And then you said you have about 5,169 in your bank account, correct?
आपके बैंक अकाउंट में 5169 है ना?
That was on the day I filled out. This sheet is probably have changed after I paid.
जिस दिन मैंने ये शीट फिल किया तब इतना था, अभी वो बदल गया होगा.
And when did you fill out the sheet?
ये कब फिल किया आपने?
I can't recall the date, but it's not, I will say over the weekend.
वीकेंड पे किया होगा, मेरे को ये डेट याद नहीं है.
So it wasn't yesterday as stated on your financial information statement?
फाइनेंशियल में डेट लिखा हुआ है 8/17 जो कल था.
You can look at my screen, Mr. Nagy, right here on page 3.
That's today's date.
That's yesterday's date,
Yes,
correct?
yesterday's date, yes.
And so did you fill this out yesterday?
कल फिल किया था आपने?
Or did you fill
This
it out
was
over the
week-
weekend?
This was over the weekend, yes.
वीकेंड पे फिल किया था.
What else is incorrect on this financial information statement, Mr. Nagy?
Nothing is incorrect.
और क्या गलत है?
Objection, argumentative, assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
You can answer, Mr. Nagy. What else is incorrect on this financial information
यहाँ
statement?
पे और कौन सा चीज गलत है?
Nothing is incorrect.
कुछ भी गलत नहीं है.
Did you provide my office with a credit report?
आपने मेरे ऑफिस में एक क्रेडिट रिपोर्ट भेजा था ना?
That's probably was sent by my previous attorney, maybe.
Okay,
Not
did
me.
you,
पहले वाले अटॉर्नी ने भेजा होगा.
and would you agree with me that your attorney is acting as your agent when you give them something, they give it to me on your behalf?
Yes.
आपको मालूम है ना, आपका वकील आपका एजेंट है. आप जो उनको देते हैं वही मुझे मिलता है.
Yes.
Okay. So how come BBVA isn't listed on your credit report as an outstanding debt?
ये BBVA credit report में क्यों नहीं है?
I'm not sure what credit report you're looking at, but there are three credit reporting agencies, and this goes by financial institutions, which one they use. So
मुझे मालूम नहीं है आप कौन से रिपोर्ट देखते हैं. 3 credit reporting agency है.
So, Mr. Nagy, would you agree with me that you ran a credit report with TransUnion on May 4th?
I have not ran it. Maybe my attorney did. That's what I'm saying, that I did not send, but probably the
Objection, Your
screenshot or
Honor.
something.
Ask for a yes or a no.
मैंने नहीं किया था. मेरा पुराना वकील ने किया है कि नहीं मुझे नहीं मालूम.
Judge, may I, and this would be different if we were in court, provide Mr. Nagy with a copy of what I'm referring to refresh his memory?
Any objection to that, Ms. Taylor?
Objection is it's not marked as an exhibit and it's an improper refresh of recollection
Well,
and relevance.
the court is going to, obviously, it doesn't have to be admitted into evidence to refresh a recollection, but I don't think the predicate's been laid yet to do it. So at this point, we're not gonna do that yet, Ms. Worsey. If you can lay the predicate, then we may do that.
Mr. Nagy, do you remember responding to discovery requests sent by my office to you?
मेरे ऑफिस से आपको डिस्कवरी का रिक्वेस्ट भेजा था. आपको याद है आपने वो पूरा किया था?
I have sent pretty much everything what attorney asked. Yes.
जो कुछ वकील ने पूछा था वो सब मैंने भेज दिया है.
And did you have an opportunity to review what your previous attorney sent to my office?
जो आपके पहले वकील ने मेरा ऑफिस भेजा था आपने उसको जांच किया?
That was one of the issue I was having with the previous attorney.
Objection
so no.
non-responsive. It calls for a yes or no.
Sustained.
Do you remember sending documents to, let me rephrase this. Do you remember responding to discovery requests and providing documents to my office?
आपको याद है ये डिस्कवरी रिक्वेस्ट मेरे ऑफिस में भेजा था उसके बारे में याद है आपको?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you remember sending a copy of a credit report in response to request for production number 9?
ये production number 9 में आपने credit report भेजा था.
Like I said, there might be one. I'm not sure. I have to look at the document you're talking about. I can't say to the document I'm not looking at, but did I send what I have not?
Okay.
So there's like ton of requests.
मुझे वो डॉक्यूमेंट देखना है, मुझे याद नहीं है. वो देखे बगैर मैं आपका जवाब नहीं दे सकता.
Would it help you to remember, Mr. Nagy, if I showed you a copy of what you produced to my office?
अगर मैं उसका कॉपी आपको बताऊं जो आपने मेरे ऑफिस भेजे थे, तो आपको सहायता होगा?
I guess my attorney will answer that question.
मेरी वकील से पूछो वो शायद आंसर करे.
Sir, you have to answer the question. Would it help refresh your recollection as to what you provided as far as a credit report if you were able to review it?
जज पूछ रहे हैं कि आपको वो दिखाएंगे तो आपको याददाश्त आने के लिए सहायता करेंगे?
Maybe. Yeah.
शायद.
Ms. Worsey, you're allowed to share the screen and he can refresh his recollection from the credit report.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Nagy, can you see this on my screen?
आप ये दे सकते हैं?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'll go through it page by page. There's a total of 5 pages. Do you see?
5 पेज है, देख लीजिएगा.
Do you see on the bottom that it was produced by Cuddy Law Firm?
इकट्ठी लॉ फर्म ने भेजा था.
Okay, so whoever pulled it out, like that's what I was saying. I did not pull it out.
मैंने नहीं पुल किया, जो किसी ने भी पुल किया है वो मैं कह रहा था पहले.
Is that your name on the top right hand, sir,
That
on
is
this
correct.
document?
ये
Yes,
आपका
ma'am.
नाम है?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, हाँ जी.
Okay, and do you have a few do you have a mortgage with American Internet Mortgage?
Yes, I do.
इंटरनेट मॉर्गेज है आपका?
Can you answer that, Mr. Nagy?
ये
Yes,
American-
I do.
हाँ, ये हाँ.
And are these your open accounts, Mr. Nagy?
ये आपका ओपन अकाउंट है?
Looks like yes.
ऐसा लगता है.
Okay, so do you have let me move on. Do you have a few closed accounts, Mr. Nagy?
कोई क्लोज्ड अकाउंट है आपका?
There may be some closed accounts. Not sure. I haven't looked.
Okay,
closely.
looking at your screen, Mr. Nagy, does this document say closed account?
यहाँ पर क्लोज्ड अकाउंट्स लिखा हुआ है.
Which says Bank of America.
Okay, and for Bank of America, does it say that it is in collections or charged off?
वहाँ लिखा हुआ है collection charge off.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to my client testifying from a document not admitted into evidence yet.
Sustained.
Mr. Nagy, looking at this document, does it now refresh your memory that you provided a credit report to my office in response to discovery requests?
अभी ये डॉक्यूमेंट को देखने के बाद आपको याद आ रहा है कि ये डॉक्यूमेंट मेरे ऑफिस में भेजे थे?
It has the footer and the header from the Cuddy law firm. So I'm gonna have to revisit my folder. So I can't say yes to this. That it is provided by me, how current it is when that was printed, I have no idea.
वहाँ पर प्रिंट किया हुआ है कुटी लॉ फॉर्म, इसलिए मैं हाँ कह सकता हूँ कि मैंने दिया है, लेकिन कितना पुराना है, कब दिया है, ये मुझे नहीं मालूम.
Mr. Nagy, you can't remember something that you produced in discovery, but you can remember what your wife's shoe looked like or didn't look like?
And Your Honor, objection to argumentative.
Sustained.
What do you remember about your closed accounts, Mr. Nagy?
ये क्लोज्ड अकाउंट के बारे में आपको क्या याद है?
Ma'am, if we don't use the credit card for 2 years, they close it automatically.
Okay.
अगर 2 साल तक क्रेडिट कार्ड यूज नहीं किया तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली क्लोज करते हैं.
I have not requested
Objection
or
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Mr. Nagy, isn't it true that you do not owe BBVA $35,000 because it's not on your credit report?
Objection
Nagy,
assumes facts and evidence, calls for speculation, and misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Nagy, would you agree with me that if you owed $35,000 to BBVA, it would be on your credit report, that your TransUnion credit report?
Objection calls for speculation on the part of this witness as to what TransUnion reports.
Sustained.
Mr. Nagy, on your FIS, BBVA, BB&T, Discover, Bank of America, and Citi are all closed accounts, correct?
Ms. Farsi, can you repeat all those institution BBA,
BBVA, BB&T, Discover, Bank of
Discover,
America, Citi.
Bank of America.
I'm
आपके
gonna
उस
object.
statement में
Object to counsel reading from a document not admitted into evidence.
Literally your FIS.
No, no, we're not doing that. Hey, lawyers, we're not going to talk to each other. We're just going to address the court. The objection is overruled. You may answer that, or you may ask the question of the witness, Ms. Interpreter.
या आपके FIS में BBVA, Discover, BOA, वो सारे accounts closed लिखा
all
हुआ
that
है.
information is true. What I put on the FIS is all I can tell right now.
Okay.
On that information is जो information डाला है वो FIS में वो है कि उसी के बारे में मैं बात कर सकता हूँ.
Let's make this simple for you, Mr. Nagy. How much are you paying monthly to BBVA for that $35,000 debt?
$35,000 का कर्ज के लिए आप हर महीने कितने पैसे देते हैं BBVA के लिए?
I don't have exact amount to that, but it's
Objection
close.
non-responsive after I don't have an exact amount.
Sustained.
How much are you paying to BB&T for the $25,000 you allege that you owe them? monthly?
BBN के लिए कितने पैसे देते हैं? 25,000 आप उनको वो करते हैं, कितने पैसे महीने में देते हैं?
Whatever I can spare is
Objection,
I'm just,
non-responsive.
Sustained after whatever I can spare.
For Discover, Mr. Nagy, how much of the $9,000 a month, 9,000 outstanding balance are you paying a month?
9,000 के outstanding balance में आप कितने पैसे देते हैं हर महीने?
again, whatever I can spare after we meet our means.
Objection, non-responsive after whatever I can spare.
Sustained.
This $120,000 that you borrowed from friends and family, how much are you paying on that a month?
120,000 जो दोस्त और परिवार से आपने उधार में लिया था, उसके लिए कितने पैसे देते हैं हर महीने?
Whoever asked me that I have been pressing on, like pay it. But again, whatever I can spare, I do it. But I'm under pressure to pay it.
जो कुछ लोग हमसे पैसे मांगते हैं कि दे दो, तो जितना मेरे से हो सकता है उतना हम देते हैं, जब कोई जोर लगाते तो.
Mr. Nagy, if you have all of these debts that you owe, how come you didn't provide any of this information in response to your initial disclosures or your discovery requests?
इतने सारे कर्ज आपके पास है, तो पहले क्यों नहीं बताया था डिस्कवरी में या डिस्क्लोजर पे ये सारे कर्ज?
Again, this was the issue, communication issue between the previous attorney. That's why I had to get Ms. Teresa. I wasn't being communicated correctly with.
यही था हमारा प्रॉब्लम, जो कम्युनिकेशन मेरा पुराना अटॉर्नी के साथ, इसलिए मैंने नया अटॉर्नी लिया है, मिस ट्रेस.
So, Mr. Nagy, you've had Ms. Taylor for about a month now. How come you haven't provided any of these documents to my office?
Objection goes into the attorney-client privilege.
Overruled. You may answer that, sir.
मिस टेलर आपके पास 1 महीने से हैं, तो उसको 1 महीने के अंदर मेरे ऑफिस में ये सब चीजें क्यों नहीं भेजे?
It's not been even quite a month yet. I guess last hearing we had the 22nd of July, so it will be month on 21st. It's not been month. I have been.
1 महीना पूरा नहीं हुआ है, अभी 22nd को 1 महीना शायद पूरा होगा.
You can finish your answer, Mr. Nagy.
I already answered that question you asked me.
Okay. So why haven't you provided it?
क्यों नहीं दिया आपने?
I have provided everything you guys asked for, pretty much most of it.
जो कुछ आपने पूछा था, लगभग पूरा मैंने भेजा है.
So let's talk about the utilities of 1,751. Did you provide any bills?
ये 1,751 का जो यूटिलिटी बताया है, उसका बिल आपने दिया है?
Your Honor, how much time do we have left?
Let's see. We have. Oops. Ms. Worsey has
2 minutes, probably.
no more than that. 41 minutes. But I will say this, it's not, we're not going to necessarily resolve what documents were produced or not produced. It's not a motion to compel, it's a temporary orders hearing. And I understand there may be some debts out there where there wasn't documents provided yet. That certainly would matter to me on a final property division, but remember, we're here just for temporary orders. So I understand the line of questioning, but we can probably move on.
Yes, Judge. On it. Judge, may I share my screen of P9?
You may.
Mr. Nagy, can you see this exhibit on your screen?
ये आप देख सकते हैं मिस्टर नागी?
Yes, I see it.
Okay,
देख सकता हूँ।
if we go to page 2, would you agree with me that on April 27th, there was an ATM withdrawal of $1,200?
ये
Okay.
427 ATM से $1,200 विथड्रॉ किया है।
Okay.
Would you agree with me that's on the statement?
ये स्टेटमेंट में है।
Yes, it is on there.
Okay. Are you on probation, Mr. Nagy?
आप प्रोबेशन में है?
Yes.
For what?
किसके लिए?
That was a case that happened at the bar.
It's a case that okay, बार में जो केस हुआ था उसके लिए।
And is it out of Harris County?
Yes, ma'am.
Harris County में है? Yes. हाँ।
And then Mr. Nagy, on May 10th, would you agree with me that there was a withdrawal from this bank account in the amount of $2,900?
और 5/10 को बैंक से $2,900 विथड्रॉ किया है।
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you withdraw this money and put it into your Capital One account?
ये पैसे निकाला और कैपिटल वन अकाउंट में डाला आपने?
I don't remember.
Okay,
मुझे याद
so,
नहीं है।
all right, let's look at P10.
पीछे-
June 17th, you withdrew $1,000 from the account?
क्या यही अकाउंट से जून 17th को आपने $1,000 विथड्रॉ किया?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on June 24th, did you withdraw $500 from the account?
और जून 24th को $500 निकाला।
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी।
Did you withdraw this money from the Chase and put it into your Capital One?
चेस से विथड्रॉ किया और कैपिटल वन में डाला आपने?
No.
Okay, and let me just back up on P9. Would you agree with me that there was approximately $19,000 in this Chase account in April of 2021?
Can you scroll up the page? Go to the first page on the top, please.
Can you see that? Here's page 1.
Your Honor, if we could go to the top of the page, please.
There you go.
Yes.
You can see it, Mr. Nagy?
आप देख सकते हो मिस्टर नागी?
Yes.
Okay, and this has your name and your wife's name, right?
हाँ, आपका नाम और आपकी वाइफ का नाम है?
Yes.
And would you agree with, okay. Is this a statement from April through May 17th of 2021?
That is
April
correct.
16 से May 17 का है।
That is correct.
सही
And
है।
would you agree with me that the beginning balance in this joint account was $19,412?
ये जॉइंट अकाउंट में $19,412.57 था।
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
हाँ।
All right, now if we look at what's this, 10. And if we look at P11, Mr. Nagy, would you agree with me that this is your joint statement with your wife at Chase?
ये चेस आप और आपकी बीवी का जॉइंट अकाउंट है।
Yes, ma'am.
And
Huh.
this statement ends on August 16th of 2021.
ये स्टेटमेंट अगस्त 16, 2021 का है।
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would you agree with me that the ending balance in August was $81.06?
और एंडिंग बैलेंस अगस्त में $81.06 है।
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me that after showing you these statements, well, you haven't deposited your paycheck into the Chase account anymore, correct?
आप आपका पेचेक जो है वो चेस बैंक में ही डाला है।
I still do just portion of it.
मैं उसका थोड़ा पोर्शन अभी भी डालता हूँ।
And you now deposit your money into the Capital One account, correct?
अभी आप
That is
कैपिटल वन
correct.
के अकाउंट में डालते हैं ना?
That is correct.
हाँ, सही है.
And so, Mr. Nagy, do you have your exhibit? Marked as exhibit 10 in front of you?
Exhibit 10 आपके पास है?
Let me just, the laptop ran out of the battery. Sorry about that.
And while he's looking for that, Ms. Taylor, how did you send your exhibits into the court? Did you send them to the 387th exhibit email, or how did you get them to the court?
Judge, I'm not sure that I did, because this is the first time I've had to do this. I don't have a paralegal at the moment. I did send the exhibit sheet to the court reporter, but I can send them if you'll tell me how to do it. Or
Yeah,
tell
I
me
think
where to do it.
because our court reporter's out. I mean, and now I think she's in a hearing with Judge Hebert. So I'm going to put in my chat box the email, and then, because I was noticing earlier, I didn't have respondents one.
And I apologize.
That's okay. I just want to
Never
make
done
sure.
this before.
It's okay. Let me enter this email for you. All right, I put it in the chat box, so you can send those, and you can do it during our break if you need to, but
I can do it now, Judge. I just need to.
great, thank you. But you may continue, Ms. Worsing.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Nagy, again, so the money that you withdrew from the Chase account, you don't remember if you deposit it into the Capital One, right?
जो पैसे आपने चेस बैंक से विथड्रॉ किया, आपको याद नहीं आप कैपिटल बैंक में डालें? कैपिटल वन?
No.
नहीं.
Okay. Mr. Nagy, do you have your exhibit 10 in front of you?
I do.
Exhibit 10 सामने है आपका?
And
do.
what is exhibit 10?
Exhibit 10
Capital.
क्या है?
Capital One.
Capital One.
And is this your bank statement?
या
That is
बैंक
correct.
स्टेटमेंट है?
Yes.
And
हाँ,
is it the statement for July 2021?
जुलाई 2021 का है?
Yes.
Have you made any changes to this document?
No.
आपने इसमें कोई बदलाव लाए?
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the document that you obtained from Capital One?
ये कैपिटल वन
Yes.
से जो डॉक्यूमेंट आप लिया वो सही है?
Yes.
Yes.
Judge,
हाँ जी.
I offer Miss Taylor's exhibit 10.
मिस टेलर का एग्जिबिट 10 बता रहे हैं अभी.
Any objection to R10?
Objection, Judge.
R10's admitted.
Just make sure it's redacted. Judge, may I share my screen?
You may.
All right, Mr. Nagy, this is your bank statement, right, with Capital One?
ये कैपिटल वन आपका बैंक स्टेटमेंट है ना?
Yes.
हाँ.
And you withdrew $10,000 from this bank account, correct?
आपने $10,000 विथड्रॉ किया ये बैंक से?
Yes.
हाँ.
And you also withdrew $5,000 the next day, correct?
और दूसरा दिन आपने $5,000 विथड्रॉ किया?
Yes.
Is this the money that you withdrew from the Chase account?
ये पैसे चेस अकाउंट से विथड्रॉ किया आपने?
No.
No,
Okay.
नहीं.
What happened to all of that money that you withdrew from the Chase account?
चेस अकाउंट से जो पैसे आप निकाला वो उसका क्या हुआ?
There's like expenses. I spent a lot of money to get that car repaired. There's attorney fees in there, mortgage being paid off, all the utilities, so all those expenses.
जो
Okay.
खर्चा था, mortgage, utility, attorney fees, car repairs, all that was paid off.
Out
Mr.
of 90.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Mr. Nagy, let me ask you this. The mortgage payment, do you pay it cash or do you have it automatically deducted from the bank account?
ये mortgage payment को आप cash देते हैं कि आपके account से automatically?
Yeah, I have to make a payment every month, so it's taken out of account basically.
Right, so you don't pay
Taken out of
cash.
Cash तो नहीं pay करते ना?
Mm.
No.
And what other monthly bills or expenses do you pay cash?
और कौन सा खर्च monthly जो खर्चा होता है आप cash pay करते हैं?
House cleaning is one of them. There's laundry.
घर की सफाई के लिए और laundry के लिए
Cooking.
जो cook करते हैं.
And are those expenses included in your $1,700 a month on your FIS?
FIS
That is
जो
correct.
$1,700 बोला उसमें ये भी आपने include किया है?
That is correct.
हाँ वो सही है.
Okay, so you took out. Let me ask you this, are you still have that $1,700 a month expense for all of your
Yes.
utilities in your house today?
अभी भी $1,700 है आपका utility का bill?
Yes.
हाँ.
You think, how much do you pay your cleaning company?
I'm sorry?
Company को कितना देते हैं आप?
It's not a company. It's just Desi lady who comes in and cleans.
It's a वो देसी lady है वो जो आती है company नहीं है.
And how much do you pay her?
कितना देते हैं उसको?
For cooking and cleaning together, $1,450.
And cleaning मिला के 1,450.
You pay somebody to monthly $1,450 to clean and cook for you.
आप किसी को $1,450 देते हैं खाना बनाने के लिए और सफाई करने के लिए?
Yes.
हाँ.
Okay. The car, how much did you spend to get it fixed?
कार के लिए कितना पैसा खर्च किया ठीक करने के लिए?
About $4,300, and I still owe them some money.
$4,300 और
Still
थोड़ा
owe
पैसा और
them some
देना है.
money.
Okay. And what repair shop did you take that?
कौन सा repair shop पे है आपका गाड़ी?
My repair shop, he works from home, so.
वो repair shop नहीं है वो घर से काम करता है.
Wait, I didn't hear that. You said the repair shop gentleman works from home?
Yes.
And did you pay him cash?
Cash देते हैं आप?
Yes, he just accept he's not a big business or anything like that. It's usually that's where I usually went even in the past too.
वो बड़ा businessman नहीं है वो घर से काम करता है. मैं पैसे के पहले भी उसके पास गया हूँ.
And when did you pay him?
आपने कब पैसे दिए उसको?
I don't remember that,
Okay.
but I could definitely.
Objection non-responsive after. I don't remember that.
Sustained.
Mr. Nagy, did you offer through your attorney to provide a different vehicle since the Lexus doesn't work?
अपने आपके वकील के साथ Lexus काम नहीं करता है तो दूसरा गाड़ी देने के लिए तैयार है?
I'm going to object to it going into any settlement negotiations.
Judge, this wasn't a settlement offer. This isn't something that happened at mediation. This was just something to get it fixed. It's not a
Again.
settlement offer.
A settlement
Well,
offer.
yeah, I think it's, if they're offering to exchange something for the Lexus, I think that's a settlement offer. So the objection is sustained.
Mr. Nagy, you can't provide the Lexus, can you? In a working condition, you cannot provide it, correct?
Yes.
Lexus condition को ठीक करके गाड़ी चल सकता है उस condition में आप दे नहीं सकते. No, नहीं.
Are you able to purchase a different car?
अब दूसरा गाड़ी खरीद सकते हैं?
I'm not in the position to purchase one currently, like I said, I don't even have a personal car for me to drive around. My Camry, which was my personal property, is just sitting in my driveway. I did not even get a license plate for it like 2 years. So I'm under debt. I just trying to make basic needs. Right now.
And-
So,
And you would agree with me
Hold on,
that
she
you,
needs to interpret
Oh.
that.
sorry, Judge.
क्या आप दूसरा गाड़ी खरीद सकते हैं अभी या no? And after that he answered that दूसरा एक कैमरी है मेरे ड्राइवे में बैठा हुआ है, उसके पास लाइसेंस प्लेट भी नहीं है। मेरा अभी फाइनेंशियल स्थिति ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं उसको ठीक करूं।
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, I have a couple of questions. I got confused here for a second by some of this testimony. Mr. Najee,
yes, sir.
you said you spent $4,300 to this gentleman that works out of his house to fix your car. Which car was that he fixed?
It wasn't fixed. It's a Lexus SC430. It was convertible car.
So you
And
paid him $4,300 to do what to the car?
he said that it had a issue with the timing belt, and when he got to that timing belt, he said that it has a issue with the head, which is an 8-cylinder head, and it's an older model car, 2005, which was very hard to get parts for and stuff like that. So they were trying to just do anything to get it fixed, but it wasn't. He said it's very impossible.
Okay. So he got paid $4,300, but the car still, do you have an estimate on how much it's going to be to get it where it's drivable or no?
Judge, when I pulled up the Cali Blue Book value of the car, it was $5,100. So I did not think that was, so, I mean, I'm not doing good financially anyway.
I understand that logic, but what I'm asking, my question is, we've paid this gentleman $4,300 to fix sounds like a $5,100 car. How much more is this gentleman saying needs to be done, or is there an estimate on what he's saying needs to be done to get the car operational? Not that you would pay it, but is there an estimate out there on how much it would cost?
He was constantly asking me money every other day and stuff like that. So sometimes $400, the other time $700 and stuff like that. So I kind of did not actually ask, but I can definitely ask them how much it will cost. It's already spent 43. It's very close to 5,100 what the car worth. And then on top of that, it has a safety recall, which I received notice from the Lexus itself and stuff like that.
Okay. So the answer is you don't know what it would cost. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Taylor, redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. Mr. Najee, I'm going to show you what has been marked and admitted into evidence. Your Honor, may I share?
You may.
आपके साथ एक स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहे हैं जो एविडेंस को दिया हुआ है।
I just want to go back over your financial information statement real quick. You filled this out
फाइनेंशियल इंफॉर्मेशन है आपका
with regard to your one bi-weekly check here on page 1. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
वीकली चेक है पेज 1
When you go to your monthly expenses, and counsel is correct, your monthly pay is 52.56 gross, correct?
आपकी मंथली पे 52.56 है ग्रोस।
But that's not your net pay, is it?
वो आपका नेट पे नहीं है।
No.
Okay, even if you received your gross pay, which you don't, your monthly expenses down here on page 2 exceed your income, do they not?
वो ठीक हो तो फिर भी आपका मंथली जो एक्सपेंस है वो आपका इनकम से ज्यादा है।
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you attempting to deceive the court when you filled out 1 week's pay? or one biweekly pay?
No,
आप कोर्ट को गुमराह कर रहे थे ये नंबर देके?
no,
No.
And are you attempting to hide money from your wife?
आप आपकी बीबी से पैसा छुपाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
no,
Are you attempting to mislead this court on your
No.
expenses?
कोर्ट को गुमराह कर रहे हैं आपका खर्चा के बारे में?
no.
No.
Pass a witness.
Ms.
Just
Worsey?
briefly, Your Honor, Ms. Taylor, could you stop sharing for,
Apologies.
you're good, thank you. Judge, may I share my screen to the same exhibit? Mr. Nagy, you, the $14.50 that you pay for the house cleaning and cooking, you said that's included in your $1,700 for the expenses, right?
Mhm.
1450 जो कुकिंग और क्लीनिंग के लिए देते हैं वो इसमें आपने मिलाया है ना?
Yes,
Okay,
Yes.
so if we reduced the $14.50 that you pay this person to clean and cook for you, so your expenses are $52.17, and if we subtracted $14.50, your monthly expenses would be about $3,700, correct?
आपके मंथली इनकम से ये 1450 जो कुकिंग और क्लीनिंग के लिए आप देते हैं उसको माइनस करने से आपका मंथली एक्सपेंस 3700 में is 3700 is the amount.
again, I have to do the
Subtract.
calculation, but why would we do that? Okay. I have to do it, let me see, here. Calculate.
मुझे कैलकुलेट करना है मुझे मालूम नहीं मैं कैलकुलेट कर रहा हूँ.
Okay, let me help you out, Mr. Nagy. So your expenses are $5,217, correct?
आपका एक्सपेंस 5217 है मिस्टर नागी.
I'm looking.
Look at my screen, Mr. Nagy. Are your necessary monthly expenses on your FIS $5,217?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ.
If we subtract 1,000 of the $14.50, would you agree with me that it would be $42.17?
अगर $1000 निकाले तो 4217 होता है.
Yes,
And if we subtract, since I'm terrible at math, another 200 of the $450 remaining, we're at $4,017, correct?
अगर 50 और माइनस करे तो 4017 होता है.
mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
हाँ.
And if we subtract another 250, the remainder of that 450, you would agree with me that's about 3767, correct?
3767 होगा 200 और माइनस करने से.
yes.
हाँ.
Pass a witness.
Mr.
Taylor?
Nagy, Mr. Nagy, did you see anything in your wife's bank statements to indicate she was paying rent?
No,
आपने देखा कहीं पर भी उसके आपकी बीबी रेंट देते हुए?
And
no,
she's also requested $100 or shown $150 for gas in a vehicle, which she doesn't have. Is that right?
yes,
गैस के लिए पैसे
That means-
लिखा वो उसके पास गाड़ी नहीं है.
That would mean that she would have at least $950 extra each month in her pocket to meet her monthly reasonable needs. Is that right?
उसके मतलब उसके पास $950 एक्स्ट्रा होगा उसके मंथली खर्चे में.
yes.
Pass a witness.
हाँ.
No
Ms.
further
Worsey?
questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Taylor, any other witnesses you'd like to call on your case in chief?
No, Judge.
Ms. Worsey, any rebuttal witnesses that you'd like to call?
No, Judge.
All right, I'm going to give each lawyer a brief opportunity to give me closing arguments. And Ms. Worsey, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Nagy is requesting the court to order Mr. Nagy to pay $1,500 per month beginning today in temporary spousal support. You heard Mr. Nagy state,
आपने सुना था ये पूरे केस में कि मिस्टर नागी को 1500 आज से देना है.
You heard Mr. Nagi's testimony that he has 3 money orders that he is willing to drop to my office by tomorrow, and we would request that the court order him to do so for the past temporary spousal support.
आपने सुना था मिस्टर नागी के गवाही से उसके पास 2-3 मनी ऑर्डर है जो वो मेरे ऑफिस में ड्रॉप करना, तो कोर्ट से ये हम ये कर रहे हैं कि आप उसको ऐसे संदेश दे कि जो मनी ऑर्डर मेरे ऑफिस पे ड्रॉप करे.
And we would request the court to order him to do so by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
और कोर्ट ये ऑर्डर दे कि 1 बजे के अंदर ये मेरे ऑफिस पे ड्रॉप करे.
In regards to the Lexus that isn't in working condition, and the $4,300 that has been spent on it, we would request the court to order Mr. Nagi to get Miss Nagi a vehicle to drive so she can get to work, and just like Mr. Nagi wants her to get another job, she would be able to with that vehicle if she had one.
और कोर्ट से ये रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि जो लेक्सस की जो गाड़ी है वो चलते नहीं है, चलने के लिए $4,300 स्पेंड किया है, तो मिस्टर नागी को ऑर्डर करे कि वो उनको एक गाड़ी दे जो चल सकता है, कि वो दूसरे जॉब ढूंढने, फुल टाइम जॉब ढूंढने के लिए उसकी सहायता कर सकते हैं.
Now, Mr. Nagi couldn't tell this court where the money is that he withdrew from the joint checking account. It was over. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Abraham.
मिस्टर नागी कोर्ट को ये नहीं बता सकते कि जो पैसे उसने उन जॉइंट अकाउंट से निकाला उससे क्या किया.
Everything is on the statement.
And as Exhibit P9 points out, from April 16, 2021 to May 17, 2021, Mr. Nagi removed $4,100 from the joint checking account that he can't account for.
Yeah, April 16, 2021 to May 2021, Mr. त्यागी ने $4,100 निकाला था अकाउंट से, पर वो बता नहीं पा रहे कि उसने क्या किया.
And then from June 16th to July 16th, 2021 in P10, he took out another $1,500.
और जून 16 को उसने फिर भी $1,500 निकाला था अकाउंट से, जॉइंट अकाउंट से.
So he took out $5,600, but he didn't deposit it into another account, and he can't remember what he did with that money.
वो जो $5,600 जो निकाले थे उसने दूसरा अकाउंट पे नहीं डाला, लेकिन उसको याद नहीं है वो पैसे से वो क्या किया.
Then in his exhibit 10, there was a withdrawal of $5,000 and $10,000 in July, but there was no explanation provided for that.
और एग्जिबिट 10 में $5,000 निकाले, फिर $10,000 निकाला, लेकिन उसके लिए कोई एक्सप्लेनेशन नहीं दिया वो पैसे से क्या किया.
So it's hard to say that, or hard to see that Mr. Nagi doesn't have money when he's just removing cash from these accounts and then doesn't know or does not have an explanation of where it's going.
इसलिए ये मुश्किल है कि ये समझने के लिए कि इतने सारे पैसे अकाउंट से लेते हैं, लेकिन वो क्या करते हैं उसको मालूम नहीं है.
My client has been married to Mr. Nagi for 11 years at this point.
मेरे क्लाइंट जो है मिस्टर त्यागी से 11 साल शादी किया है.
And she, as she testified, was always financially dependent from day one because she never worked.
और पहले दिन से पैसों के लिए वो मिस्टर नागी पे डिपेंडेंट थे, क्योंकि उसने एक दिन भी काम नहीं किया था.
She's working now,
अब काम कर रही है,
but it's still not going to meet her minimum reasonable necessary living expenses.
लेकिन उसके रोज की जो खर्चा है वो जिंदगी जीने के लिए वो पूरा नहीं होता है.
Mr. Nagi, on the other hand, is spending $1,450 a month for someone to clean and cook for him.
मिस्टर नागी $1,450 किसी को दे रहे हैं कि वो खाना बनाए और घर की सफाई करे।
Exactly what his wife used to do for him when she lived at home.
उसकी जब बीवी घर पे थी तो ये वो खुद करती थी।
So all Miss Nagy is asking for is $1,500 a month to do what the housekeeper does for Mr. Nagy monthly.
क्या तो मिस नागी यही पूछ रही है कि जो वो पैसे जो हाउसकीपर को देते हैं, जो सफाई करने के लिए, कुक करने के लिए जो देते हैं,
Lastly, we just asked the court to approve the mediated settlement agreement that the parties entered into on May 4th in regards to the Band-Aid orders.
मैं कोर्ट से ये दरख्वास्त करते हैं कि मई 4th में जो सेटलमेंट के एग्रीमेंट किए थे उसे ऑर्डर करें।
That's all I have, Your Honor.
And are there any Band-Aid orders on file yet?
No, Judge, I drafted it. I just never got a signature, and then we went to mediation again.
Okay. All right, Ms. Taylor, your closing?
Briefly, Judge, with regard to Family Code Section 6.502, the court is permitted under the temporary orders to order the payment to one spouse or another to award the preservation of
Can you
property.
make those in smaller segments?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could you repeat it? I just got
Yes,
6502 temporary order. That's all I got.
Pursuant to Texas Family Code 6.502,
Texas Family Code, okay. Texas Family Code 6502 के मुताबिक
the court is permitted to make orders for preservation of property
कोर्ट ये इत्तला दे सकते हैं कि प्रॉपर्टी जो है उसको रक्षित करें,
awarding one spouse exclusive occupancy of the marital residence,
एक स्पाउस को वो शादीशुदा जो घर है वहां रह सकते हैं,
payment for support of a spouse.
और पेमेंट जो स्पाउस की सपोर्ट है उसको भी दे सकते हैं।
Miss Naji has failed to meet her burden
मिस नागी ने अपना बर्डन को प्रूव नहीं किया है
under 6.502
6502 के मुताबिक
and Texas Family Code 8.051.
और टेक्सास फैमिली कोड 8.051
And 8.052.
8.052 के मुताबिक
Miss Naji has failed to provide this court with evidence that she's unable to meet her monthly reasonable needs pursuant to 8.051.
मिस नागी ने इस कोर्ट को उसके प्रूफ नहीं दिया है कि अपना खुद का खर्च पूरा नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो टेक्सास फैमिली कोड 8.052 के मुताबिक
As evidenced by her petitioner's Exhibit 1 and admitted into evidence.
एग्जिबिट पेटिशनर जो P1 में दिया हुआ है,
And for that reason, we're asking the court to deny her request for spousal maintenance.
इसलिए मैं कोर्ट को दरख्वास्त करते हैं उसके स्पाउसल मेंटेनेंस को ना दे।
She failed to provide this court with any evidence that she's paying rent in the amount of $800 per month.
कोर्ट को उसने कोई भी एविडेंस नहीं दिया कि वो रेंट $800 रेंट देती है।
She's also failed to produce any evidence that she's buying gas for a vehicle in the amount of $150 per month.
और गैस $150 हर महीने खरीदती है, उसका भी कोई प्रूफ नहीं दिया है, सबूत नहीं दिया।
And for that reason, we're asking that spousal maintenance be denied in this case.
इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि स्पाउसल मेंटेनेंस इस केस में दिया ना जाए।
That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. All right, the court is going to set entry of this order for why don't we do August 27th at 9 a.m. I'll just say a couple of things. One, the court wasn't, the court had nothing to do with that mediated settlement agreement. That was something that the parties entered into of their own free will at the time that they entered into it. And the court is bound by those mediated settlement agreements. The court is required to grant a judgment or enter an order based on what the parties agreed to at the mediated settlement agreement. And in that agreement, there were certain things that Mr. Najee agreed to do, and that is pay $1,200 a month in temporary spousal support, which I understand he says he's got the money orders to do that. And the court is going to order that he tender those money orders, 3 money orders of $1,200 each, to Ms. Worsey's office. And that needs to be done. I'm going to give him until this Friday, the 20th. So it'll be on or before 1 p.m. on August the 20th. And those are to be delivered to Ms. Worsey's office by that date. Additionally, there was an agreement in the mediated settlement agreement that Mr. Najee would repair the Lexus, get it in operational condition, and tender that to his wife. And again, that the deadline for him to do that is passed. I understand that, but she's entitled to, under the agreement, plain reading of that agreement, to the Lexus in operational condition. And this court understands that if it were me making a personal decision on my own finances, I wouldn't want to pay $10,000 to have a car fixed that's worth $5,000. I understand that makes 0 sense financially. The problem is we have an agreement, an mediated settlement agreement, that says this is what he's going to do. So the only way around that is either the parties end up into some kind of settlement where they deviate from what they agreed to at the mediation, or this court's going to enforce that mediated settlement agreement. And so for purposes of this order, Mr. Najee is to get the Lexus in operational condition. And I'm ordering that he do that by August the 27th. And he's to tender the car and the keys to Ms. Worsey's office by 5 p.m. on that day. So on or before August the 27th, he's to deliver the Lexus in operational condition to Ms. Worsey's office and the keys associated with that car as well. Additionally, in that mediated settlement agreement, he was to pay the auto insurance on that vehicle, and he's to do that. So if it's not currently, it looks like from his FIS, there's not insurance on the Lexus at this time. He'll need to do that by August the 27th when he delivers the car to Ms. Worsey's office. The court does find that based on the FIS of wife, that there's not been established a need for temporary spousal support going forward, because it appears from her current income, she is paying her estimated expenses, even though some of those may not have been currently paid, like the rent on the room that she's renting. There is sufficient income to meet her minimum reasonable needs on a temporary basis. And so the court's not going to award temporary spousal support other than the $3,600 that was previously agreed to in the mediated settlement agreement. The court is very concerned with some of these withdrawals of money that were taken out. That's more of a final property division issue for the court than it is dealing with it on a temporary orders basis. But it does go into whether or not there's an ability to pay some of the things that are being ordered to be paid. So it is relevant to the temporary orders, but it's more of an issue from a final property standpoint. And the same thing with spousal maintenance. Chapter 8 comes into play when we're dealing with this on a final property division. But Ms. Taylor, I also agree with you. There's some concerns there for the court from a standpoint of whether or not wife meets the eligibility requirements based on the testimony today of Chapter 8 maintenance. The husband is awarded the exclusive use of the marital home. He is to pay all the expenses associated with that home, so utilities, mortgage, taxes, insurance. And wife is awarded the exclusive use of her residence. Husband will be awarded the exclusive use of the vehicles in his possession, except for the Lexus, and wife is awarded the exclusive use of the Lexus beginning August the 27th of 2021. That completes the ruling of the court for temporary orders. I can also say one thing. It looks like it's could potentially be a negative estate. I know that there was some argument about whether or not there were any documents produced in discovery to support the debts that are on the FIS. And I don't necessarily need to weigh in on that. I know that we have new counsel and that you guys will supplement your discovery. But if it is truly a negative estate, which it appears to either be a very small estate or significantly negative estate, even if we take the debt out of the equation, it sounds like it's a negative, or it's a very small estate. We probably need to get this case set on a final trial soon. So clean up the discovery and let's get a final trial setting on the case so that these parties can move on. And we'll take care of the issues. A lot of the issues y'all presented today are important issues on a final trial as well. So I'd like to get this case done for both sides so that we can kind of stop the hemorrhaging of money going out and they can move on. Anything that you think I failed to address that the court needed to address on the temporary orders from either side?
The only other question I have is if the mechanic is not able to get the car in working order due to the shortage of parts, which has been evident in the news every night. Do we just notify the court that it's an impossibility of performance at this point?
Yeah, so what'll happen is there's no order in place yet for anybody to attempt to enforce. And so what we just need to get the order entered. And then if in fact there's an impossibility defense, the court understands that may very well be the case. But I can't alter what he agreed to. And that, to me, that needs to be in an order. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing today is that original agreement is in the order. I'm just given a new deadline to get it done by from my standpoint, but I understand that could potentially be a problem. It's not, the defense is not that it's a not smart financial decision though, just so that's clear. If it ends up costing him another $2,000 to get this car working, and he ends up spending $6,300 to fix a $5,100 car, we can all agree that doesn't make a whole lot of sense financially. But that's what he agreed to, and that's what he needs to do. That's not an impossibility defense. That's why I'm saying he may want to try to negotiate and get her some kind of other transportation if he wants to. I don't have anything to do with that. I don't have any authority to do that, but that may be something that the parties want to consider that they can come up with on their own that the court doesn't have the power to do. So if impossibility is the defense, then maybe perhaps y'all negotiate another solution. But I'm going to try to enforce the orders that I have as best I can.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judge. Are we excused?
you are.
Oh,
Thank you all.
Judge,
Yes.
who's drafting?
Ms. Worsey, you'll draft because you,
I'll
I
draft.
understand this is, you need to draft, Ms. Worsey, because
will.
it benefits, most of it benefits your client. All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Judge,
Off the record.
thank you, Ms. Abraham.
Thank you, dear.